to intensify the energy which you can hold throughout the yoga practice. Also, make sure to keep a Shri Yantra, which is a sacred mandala, in your room where you practice the yoga. If you don't have a Shri Yantra available, don't worry. We are projecting it in the background of our acharyas. Now settle down on your yoga mat and get ready for the ritual of yoga. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrasham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
We will be performing the Tadvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your hand, the right hand, in the shape of a cow's ear in the Gokarana Mudra, as our acharyas are demonstrating. Then take an udani of water, pour it into your right palm. We're going to chant a mantra thrice. Each time, sip the water from the bottom of your palm whenever the word Swadha is chanted.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Take another udani of water.
Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Pour another udani of water into your palm.
Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadham.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now wash your hand again. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hand again. With the index fingers and thumbs joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, and the right ear and the left ear. Wash your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest. And with all fingertips joined together, touch on top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center. Now wash your hand again. As you clasp the right hand over top of the left, place both hands on the right thigh. Set the sankalpa, the conscious resolution, what it is that you want to manifest today in today's Nityananda Yoga session as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Purana Arogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nityananda Yogabhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your hand once more as we chant.
Om Apaupasprisya.
Keep your Panchapatram and udani out of harm's way as we are getting ready to start the yoga. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index fingers and thumbs joined together on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Engage the 3 bandhas, the energy locks, which are contracting the perineal region and pulling it in and up. The Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, contracting your stomach muscles and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally contracting your throat muscles. Together they form Mahamudra Bandha, which is a great secret of the yogic practice and will enhance your yoga practice manifold. Next up is the visualization. Hold the visualization for the right context of each of the asanas. The first visualization is Lord Shiva. You will always be able to see the visualization in the top right corner of the screen. So whenever you don't know how the visualization looks, you can just check the screen. Next up is Samana Kumbhaka. Now fill your stomach with prana as you meditate on a flame in your stomach, kindling the prana and raising up your spine. Chant the japa soham and visualize it rotating around your throat until the nectar oozes out into your body. Let us now perform the first asana, which is Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now bring your legs into Padmasana with the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Then bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all 3 bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम्.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body and hold the left hand by the right behind your back as you lean forward and place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all 3 bandhas as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकतली सम्पुटठानो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now keep the soles of your feet together and stretch your hands out in front of the feet, cupping your palms, placing them down on the ground as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all 3 bandhas and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing yourself as a snake.
पूर्वविधिपर्यागाने नीचौ वेकहुनि फनास्यो लगाई.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Then raise the legs up straight and then cross them into Padmasana, leaning forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all 3 bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
स्थान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः.
The next asana is Neti Asana. Now place one ankle on top of the opposite knee as you hold onto the opposite elbows. Engage all 3 bandhas, rotate your arms in a circle and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, and after some time change the direction of the movement.
ओडाबामापादगी आशमाहिली सोये दक्षचरण को वारलोता परिकुल्फ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now press your hands onto the ground, lifting your hips up high. Lower your head, then your chest, scooping the body forward and down again and again as you visualize yourself as an elephant. And perform Uddiyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and Mula Bandha, the root lock, as you do so.
निब्जम्बादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. From the same position, alternate pressing the heel of one foot into the ground while lifting the other heel up. Visualize yourself as a bear as you keep Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
एकैकम्पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the mat with the tips of the on the tips of the big toes, with all other toes raised off the ground. As you keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and bring your index, middle, and ring fingers to the heart center in Hridaya Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत दोमुखः
Next up is the Urdhva Janukarana. Stand with your heels touching, toes facing outwards at a 45-degree angle, and the knees bent in Adimandi. Now, bring both hands to the chest with the elbows parallel to the ground. Then lift one knee up towards the center of your body, followed along with the respective hand as you make circular motions on both sides again and again. The next asana is Balalingasana. Now interlace your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra and hold on to one knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and visualize yourself holding a baby as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
You move on to Padapidanasana. Now take the foot and pull it behind towards your buttocks. Hold it with both hands. Be straight. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Standing on one leg, hold on to one foot and extend it backwards as you lean forward and stretch your arm out in front in Bindu Mudra with the index finger and thumb touching as you visualize yourself dancing as Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now stand on the other leg and repeat Balalingasana on the other side, pulling the knee up towards your chest and visualize yourself caressing a baby.
एकं जानूरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now repeat Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the other foot towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, engaging all three bandhas.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now repeat Natarajasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Ardha Rechita Karana. From Adimandi position, bring the right foot behind the other with the toes down and the heel up. Keep the left hand at the chest and swing the right arm back and forth, gracefully moving the fingers one by one. Now keep the right hand over top of the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. We move on to Katichina Karana. From Adimandi, with the heels together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent, bring your hands above your head with the arms crossed, palms facing backwards. Now open your hips to one side and open the arms along above your head. Return to the center and repeat the movement on both sides again and again. The next asana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tips of the big toes as you raise your hands up above your head beside your ears. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize yourself as a palm tree as you internally chant the new japa Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat to the ground. Take precaution in the case that you are a pregnant woman. For pregnant women, shouldn't perform any of the forward bends. Now engage all three bandhas and bring your forehead towards the knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
The next asana is Tadakshvasana, the plank position. Now lower your body down onto your arms and feet as you tuck your chin to the chest and rotate your head from side to side, contracting your perineal region. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Keep breathing in the Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and visualizing a flame rising up your spine.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lower your entire body down onto your stomach as you keep the toes pointing backwards and your hands next to the chest. Now raise your head up using the strength of your lower back. Don't lift your body any higher than your belly button up. And open your mouth wide as you inhale through the hollow of your throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमो विनिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now push your body up back into plank position and alternate bringing one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
जासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Rathasana. From a tall plank position, place one foot in between the two hands as you simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other one in between the hands. Alternate again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
The next asana is Viravatrasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and the knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Now extend the other leg back, keep the knee straight and the toes pointed outwards. Raise your arms up parallel, pull the stomach in and up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
आशिष्टमदकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side.
मदकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Now stand and bring one foot to the inner thigh as you bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head. Keep your elbows straight as you gaze forward and visualize yourself as a tree.
अमोरमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now bring the raised leg to the opposite hip. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and engage the Mula Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Now stand on your other leg and repeat Vrikshasana on the other side.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतु.
Now repeat Garudasana on the other side, keeping the standing leg as straight as a rod and visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand and step one leg forward and the other one far back, keeping the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Now bring your hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down as you keep one hand down and the other one raised up. Gaze upwards, visualizing yourself as a triangle as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other leg forward as you repeat Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next up is the Nikutaka Karana. From Adimandi position, heels touching, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands in front of the heart center with the palms facing each other. Now stump the rest heel to the ground, raise the other heel up, and exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down onto the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Raise your knees off the ground and keep them together as you join your palms in front of your heart center in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham.
बन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out with the heel down and the toes up. Keep your fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidunanasana. Now, from Saurasana, lean forward and hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. As you hold the back heel with the other hand, balance. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Stretch the other leg forward as you repeat Saurasana on the other side.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now again, lean forward and down, holding on to the front foot and the back heel. Repeating Vidunanasana on the other side.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. As you keep the toes on the ground and the perineum placed on top of the heels, which are raised off the ground, keep a gap between your legs and place the back of your hands on top of the respective knees. Contract the perineal region and tuck your chin to the chest as you gaze in between the two hands in Shambhavi Mudra, with eyes opened wide, unblinking, actually gazing within. As you visualize Swamiji within and perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
द्वौ भणापाणि होय वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानि वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now drop your knees to the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting your perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the respective thighs and pull your stomach in and up, contract the perineal region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Sage Kapila Muni.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनकी माहली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragodakasana. Maintain the same position as you shift your gaze up to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you buzz like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवाली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now sit with your toes tucked, perineum placed on top of the raised heels. As you bring your thumbs and little fingers together in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower. Now raise your hands up above your head as you gaze up in between the gap between the palms, visualizing yourself as Lord Surya.
एडी दो गुदातरी आने फना पानी बैठक अब निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit with the toes flat, perineum on the heels. As you keep your hands on top of the knees, lift the tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue, as you visualize yourself as a frog in Manduki Mudra. Gaze to your third eye, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
तलो पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the same sitting posture, but bring your hands behind your back, holding onto the opposite shoulders. Gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a frog as you keep your tongue pressed against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you do so.
मंडूकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross your ankles and sit on your feet. As you keep the knees wide, fingers spread on top of the knees, open your mouth wide, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully as you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now sit with your heels under the perineum, the knees open wide, then cross your hands behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakabusandhi Asana. Now squat and keep the feet flat on the ground as you keep your knees open wide and bring your arms in and around the raised knees. Interlace your fingers behind your back, if you can. As you visualize yourself as a crow and gaze to the tip of your nose as you engage the Mula Bandha.
तमे वेशक उगठाने दो गोहा तपगमी च आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now keep the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto the back of your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, raise your feet off the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and balance on your arms.
को गुण आशी दुष्टता होई तो आछी होई.
The next asana is Kapali Asana. Now place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the top of your head onto the ground. Please take precautions if you have any neck injuries or high blood pressure. Any of the inverted postures. Now bring your knees onto the elbows, your hips over the shoulders, and straighten your legs up as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ईशा धरती टेकी पग दो वो मिलीवा ऊंचा करे.
The next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the toes with the legs together, twist your body and place both hands to the side as you align your elbows with the knee and hip and lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs to the side. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock. And exhale fully in Rechaka Kumbhaka as you hold your breath in the exhaled state. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
Now, twist your body in the other direction and repeat Parashvamayurasana on the other side.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकम्.
The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now place both hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch your legs back straight into Tadakshvasana, the plank position. As you step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring it in between the two hands. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Vaidava. As you breathe in your Rechaka Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
आसन की गुण पीती जागी.
Now, step the front foot back and step the other foot outside the shoulder in between the hands. Gaze to your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra with the eyes open wide, unblinking, as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
आसन को गुण पीती जाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. From Tadakshvasana, the plank position, bring your forearms down on the ground as you walk your feet forward, raising your hips. Lift your chest and head up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
भून्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. From Tadakshvasana, rotate your body onto one hand and raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath your shoulder as you raise your hips and gaze up towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now twist your body in the other direction. Balance on the other hand as you repeat Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहलमत्स्यकम्.
Now come to a seated position and extend your legs out in front with the heel down and the toes pointing up. Now bring your hands under the buttocks with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, elbows close to your body. Tuck your chin to the chest. Contract the perineal region. As you gaze through the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and internally chant the new japa Paramashivoham.
दो बूकर की उभय हथेली कोरवार ली मैले भेली.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged, and exhale all the air from your lungs in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
जानु बरिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. With your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck. Lean your chest forward and down, bringing your head to the knees by the strength of your core. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Kali in your inner space.
शुभानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुभरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now, sit with the legs extended, bring one heel to the groin with the knee raised, and reach your arm in and around the raised knee as you clasp your hands behind your back. Bring your chest to the thighs, head to the knee, and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down to the ground And lean forward, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you exhale all the air from your lungs, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji, and perform Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Now extend the other leg out. Bring the other heel towards the perineum with the knee raised. As you lean forward and interlace your fingers behind your back, in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now drop the knee down, lean forward, hold onto the foot, engage all three bandhas, repeating Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your heels close to the perineum, keep your knees wide, hold your feet firmly with both hands, and maintain a straight spine as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
कुल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend your feet away from your body. Keep the toes together, heels apart, knees wide open. As you place your hands on the respective knees, tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
ध्रुवचरपट चौक कहियो सोई वाही विधियो कीजे सोई.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now sit, keep the soles of the feet together and the heels close to your perineum as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen. Now hold the soles of the feet as you lean forward and down and bring the forehead to the feet as you gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो भगतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
The next asana is Midakipavasana. As you sit and keep the heels together, toes apart and the knees wide, lean forward and down and extend your hands out to the side. Keep the palms facing down on the ground to the sides as you bring your forehead to the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि परिभगतली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now sit and keep the toes together, heels apart. As you bring your arms below the shins, extend them out to the sides and keep the palms facing up. Bring your forehead to the ground above your feet as you bring your toes near your throat if you can. Gaze to the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Surya in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो भगतली संपुट करे शोले मेड़ आगा में धरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now sit and keep the heels together, toes apart, as you hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the backs of your hands onto the ground and the elbows pressing down on the thighs. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगांगी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड़ लगावे.
The next asana is Chadapata Chukasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels at your perineum. Open the knees and place your hands on top of the knees as you gently press them down. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो भगतली संपुट धारे आगा ने करजार पसारे.
The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now sit and bring the soles of the feet together with your knees open wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. As you keep your knees on the ground, pull your stomach in and up and place your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः
The next asana is Samanasana. Now sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot to your chest. Gaze to your third eye as you perform the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्
The next asana is Apanasana. As you sit, place one leg on top of the respective shoulder and raise the other foot upwards and straight. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring the other heel towards your perineum and pull the opposite foot towards your chest.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now repeat Apanasana on the other side. Bring the other leg over top of the respective shoulder, extending the opposite leg forward and up.
परं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपि यत्नतः.
Next up is Gomukhasana. Now sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees as you gaze to the nose, visualize the face of a cow, and perform the Mula Bandha. Start breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka, pressing your tongue against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hissing through your teeth while inhaling. Internally chant the new japa Om Nityanandoham.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anasuyasana. Now maintain the same posture. Hold on to the big toes of the feet in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दक्षिण कोडो नीचो ठाने वावोता के ऊपर आने.
Maintain the same position. Interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down as you bring your chin over the knees, the nose towards the ground, and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
The next asana is Garudasana too. Now sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. As you keep the opposite foot flat on the ground with the knee raised to your chest. Keep the hands on the respective knee. As you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
दावो बगमोडी एडी माहिलो गुल्फ मूलद्वार नीचैदे.
The next asana is Naradasana. Now sit and place your perineum on top of one heel as you interlace your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Narada as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा बेफेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding onto the opposite shin as you hold the big toes with the other hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
नवामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्
Now slide your knees over top with the other knee on top, repeating the Gomukhasana position on the other side. Gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow as you keep hissing through your teeth without the tongue touching your teeth. Insert Kari Kumbhaka.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Next up is Anasuyasana on the other side. Hold onto the big toes as you visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya.
दक्षिण कोड़ो नीचे उठाने वावो तागे ऊपर आने
Now, from the same position, interlace your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down, chin over the knees, nose towards the ground in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वा गोड़ा की संधि
Now repeat Garudasana 2 on the other side, bringing the other heel towards the perineum, knee raised, hands on the knees, as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डावो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फ मूल द्वार नीचे
Next up is Narudasana on the other side. Raise the perineum onto the heel, interlace your fingers behind your neck, and twist your elbows outside of the raised knee, visualizing yourself as Sage Naruda.
पिष्टि जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता हिलगा वे फेरी
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Now place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Hold on to the shin and the big toe of that foot as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकम्
Next up is Matsindrasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thighs as you place the opposite foot on the ground, flat. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep your raised arm by the neck. Turn your head back and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana. From Matsyendrasana, twist and bring your elbow outside of the raised knee as you extend your hand down to the foot, keeping the opposite hand at the respective ear. Twist your body back. Gaze back and up towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए
Next up is Matsyendrasana 2. Keeping the hand extended down towards the foot, place your hand behind your body onto the ground as you gaze up to your third eye and visualize Matsyendranath.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्
Now repeat Matsyendrasana on the other side. Extend the other leg out. Bring the opposite foot onto the thigh as you twist your elbow outside of the raised knee and gaze back.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः
The next asana is Kubhasana on the other side. Now hold on to the front big toe and prana mudra as you keep the other hand towards the respective ear, gazing back and up towards your third eye and visualizing yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोल हो जाए.
The hand to the ground behind you. Twist your body even further as you visualize Matsyendranath in Matsendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of the opposite thighs as you keep your palms flat on the respective knees. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva. Breathe in Sitali Kumbhaka, now pressing your tongue against the back of the teeth, hissing while inhaling as you internally chant the new japa Om Nityananda Mahasada-Shivoham.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana too. As you sit in Padmasana, cross your hands in front of your body and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Shiva, as you perform the Mula Bandha.
अनुचरणं कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now sitting in Padmasana, place your hands on the ground between the two thighs as you lift your body up off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster as you breathe calmly in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्बोरोरन्तरे करो.
The next asana is Baddha Keki Asana. From Padmasana, raise up onto the knees as you bring your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep the elbows together, press them against the navel, and then lean forward. Find balance and extend your knees up off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्पूर्वै स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. While on your knees, place your palms on the ground with the fingers pointing backwards. Keep your elbows at the navel, lean back, lean forward, find balance, and extend your legs up off the ground, visualizing yourself as a peacock as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka and engage the Mula Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Lay down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and the forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a crocodile and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसाद्यमानौ.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the ground beside your chest. Raise your legs up, bring the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. In Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. As you lay on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet. Pull the feet down towards the ground outside of your hips. As you visualize yourself as a camel and perform the Mula Bandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधाय विधृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, tighten the grip on your feet and kick the legs back and up as you lean forward and lift your chest off the ground. Gaze up to your third eye. and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
त्रिसार्यपादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground, sitting in between the two heels. Place your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahasrara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जुगते करे कैसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. From the kneeling position, place your elbows on the ground, shoulder width apart. As you interlace your fingers, bring your head towards the ground and hold it with your hands. Now raise your hips up. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with your shoulders. And then raise your legs up off the ground and pull the knees close to your chest. Try to touch your chin with the knees as you roll your body up in the inverted posture. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनिह कलाजी जाने दोई.
Now, from Gohi Asana, extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your body down and come to a seated posture. Now sit with your hands behind your calves and stretch your legs up. Bring your forehead to the knees as you come to a vertical position with your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Bhastika Kumbhaka, rapidly exhaling from your diaphragm, pushing the air out without inhaling, like the bellows of a blacksmith. We're going to perform Bhastika Kumbhaka for the next few asanas, so keep your core engaged and rapidly breathe through your nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे का कसी उठाने.
The next asana is Parighasana. Now sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring your hands behind. Hold the opposite shoulders as you keep the chest upright, legs straight, toes pointed. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Keep breathing rapidly as you sit and extend your legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground or bring them down to the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana.
तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
Next up is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift your feet up. Scoop your hands under the heels and pull the feet towards your chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
पगदली संपूट करी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground, the knees raised up. Bring your palms down to the ground with the fingers just touching the back of your heels. Lift your hips up high. Press the feet into the ground as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुख नामके.
Now lower your body down flat onto the ground. Keep the palms facing up next to your hips. As you contract the perineal region and forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine towards your Sahasrara chakra. In Shakti Chalan Mudra, relax, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body and mind. As you visualize that your body is dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and rock your body from side to side as you return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence, which are the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are now going to continue the sequence with the next asana, which is Yathasana Nishthasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Bring your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, filling your stomach with prana and meditating on the flame kindling in your stomach as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यथासंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
Next up is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position Keep your hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers touching. Take a long, deep inhalation and hold your breath. After exhaling, breathe deeply in and out, visualizing Swamiji and performing the Mula Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next up is Muktasana. Now place the left foot against the genital region and place the right foot over top of the left. Keep your hands facing down on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Muktasana.
निबीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्फतः.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position as Muktasana. As you switch your gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियो तलदशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now maintain the same position as in Siddhasana. Switch your gaze to the ground in front of you as you engage all Tribandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana too. Keep your legs in the same position as Siddhi Asana. Rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण दाखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Now maintain the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चंचलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana too. Maintain one heel on top of the other as you bring your hands to the navel, cupping your palms over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. In this asana, we are going to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which can increase blood pressure. So if you have blood pressure related issues, don't perform this asana. At least pay attention to your body and practice caution. Now set your sankalpa of manifesting through the womb of creation as you maintain the same sitting posture, and then exhale fully as you bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, ring fingers over the eyes, and the thumbs closing the ears.
मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Place one foot on the thigh and the other foot under the opposite thigh. Touch your thumb and index fingers together in Bindu Mudra. Place them on top of the knees as you embody the space and state of bravery. Vida.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now keep the left heel on the right side of the regenerative organs and the toes under the thigh, with the right foot on top of the left, with the toes by the knee. Keep your hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet, sage, and author of Ramayana.
दावा बगगी बगदली पुनी एडी है जोया.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, which is representing Devi Parashakti and is a representation of the creative energy of the universe.
वामपादगी बगदली जाहि माहिली कोरे.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Keep your feet and hands in the same position as you switch your gaze to the third eye And keep visualizing the Yoni Mandala, which is projected on the screen.
यून्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. As you sit and bring the soles of the feet together, holding them with both hands, bring your knees down towards the ground, gazing to the tip of your nose, visualizing Lord Virata in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghodasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, heels at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth or even higher, if you can, into the nasal tract in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye. As you cover your mouth with the right hand, close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril, close both nostrils, and then hold your breath. After you exhale through the left nostril, repeat on the other side in Abhyantara Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a Naghori.
पूर्वकहो विश्रिका चोयी वाही विदिजो कीजे सोयी.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. Bring the feet together in front, with the toes together and the heels apart. Place your elbows onto the heels. As you rest your chin on the palms, gaze to the tip of your nose and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. As you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka, fully exhale and hold your breath in the exhaled state as you visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि जैसे.
Next up is Padasana. Now sit with the knees raised, arms between the thighs and calves, and interlace your fingers as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
ततो धूम्रे च येत वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles together and place the toes at the groove of your throat, the heels on your chest. Tuck your chin onto the hands and gaze to the nose, embodying the state and space of a king as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पूर्व विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next asana is Udadasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together. Insert your hands underneath the legs as you hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to the chest. Bring your head down and touch the chin to the soles as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवो पगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्त करी उरद हिताने.
Next asana is Vishishtasana. From the same position, raise your feet up even higher. Bring your feet in front of your face with the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything as you perform the Mula Bandha.
दोवो पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. From a seated position, lift both legs over top of the respective shoulders as you bring your arms underneath the legs and up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra as you perform the Mula Bandha.
शिरासनं त विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परम्.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now maintain a seated posture, raise your legs up and bring your elbows under the knees as you wrap your arms around your back with the palms clasped behind. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोवो हाथ पगों नीचे आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. With the left knee on the mat, place the left foot flat on the ground and sit down on the left heel. As you bring the right leg over top of the left, heel close to the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you perform the Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth as you perform the Mula Bandha.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the heel outside of the hip. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you keep your hands on top of the knees. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडम ऋषिर्न्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind your back and hold onto the right thigh. As you place the right hand on the left thigh, twist your body and gaze to your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Mula Bandha. Next up is Machandrasana 2. From Machandrasana, untwist and hold onto the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you lean your forehead down so it touches the ground, as you place your chest down on the heels, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha. Now interlace your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana. Now again, sit down on the heel, this time on the right foot. As you keep the top of the foot on the ground and interlace your fingers on top of the other knees, visualizing yourself as a swan. Now slide the heel outside the hip. Place both hands on top of the up knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana on the other side. Next up is Machandrasana on the other side. Bring the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your body. Keep one arm behind your back and hold on to the opposite thighs as you gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold on to the feet as you lean forward and down, bringing your chest towards the heels and your forehead onto the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now place your hands interlaced on the top knee as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana, engaging all three bandhas. The next asana is Pashasana. Now sit with the feet flat on the ground, knees against your chest, with the hands holding onto the opposite knees. Keep your thighs together, spine straight, the tongue pressed against the roof of your mouth in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Bodha Shukasana. As you keep the feet flat on the mat, wrap your arms around the legs and hold onto the opposite wrists. Place your chin onto the knees as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself being in an abode of bliss. The next asana is Kurakatasana. Maintain the same position, but place your arms under the knees and hold onto the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose. Keep your tongue pressed up in Kechari Mudra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे, गोडा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Maintaining the same hold beneath the knees, bring the right foot over top of the left so the heels cross with the toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पग परिदच पद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now extend your feet out straight with the arms raised straight above your head. Interlace the fingers with the wrists pointed outwards. As you engage all three bandhas, gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Arambhasana. Now sit with your legs straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you lean your chest forward and down, bring your head to the knees. Inhale through the left nostril and exhale through the right. Perform Nadi Shodhana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दोवों पग मिलीवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीला टकोड़ा लगावे.
The next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight. Extend the knees slightly up. Bring one hand distance between the heels. As you bring your shoulders down, wrap your hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दोवों पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्धको गुरडो डारे.
The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both legs out with the heels together. Place your chin on the heels as you insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground along with your fingers, palms facing up. Gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
दो एड़ी मेली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one foot behind the neck. Lean forward and down as in Paschimottanasana. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. If you can't, bring your leg behind your neck. Focus on the prana flowing up from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandha, through the 9 various points within the body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the middle of the eyebrows, the forehead, and the Brahmarandha, the crown of the head. Now engage the Mula Bandha as you perform Urdhva Paschimottanasana.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now lie on your back, lift the right leg behind the neck. The left hand holds the foot from the top. As you straighten your body, concentrate on the prana moving from Muladhara to Brahmarandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as infinite, endless, or eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयनि एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. From Anantasana, rest on the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Concentrate on the prana flowing up as you gaze to the nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Drishasana. Lie down on the back as you bring your knees to the chest. Encircle your thighs and calves with your arms as you rock your body from side to side, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयवष्टम्भ.
Now bring the other leg behind your neck. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Again, if you can't bring your leg behind your neck, just pull it up as high as you can and then lean forward. Hold on to the foot.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now, with the legs still behind your back, straighten your body, lay on your back, hold onto the foot with the opposite hand as you gaze at the nose and visualize yourself as being endless.
उत्थानशयने एकैकं बाजीग्रीवाजां विन्यस्य
Now, roll onto your elbow and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्थानशयते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lie on your back, lift your legs one by one up behind your head. Hold your hands behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and focus on the upward flowing prana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Atmadhammasana. While laying on your back, raise your legs towards your head, wrap your hands around the legs and interlace your fingers behind your neck. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधो सोवे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, bring your knees to the chest with the soles facing up and extend your arms out sideways. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हाथ सीधा सा करे 300 उभय सभा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We are going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Let us first enter a neutral position, which is laying on your back with the knees to your chest and the arms reaching out to the sides at shoulder level. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform the Mula Bandha, and focus on the upward flowing prana in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. As you perform the first step, which is bringing one knee to the side onto the ground while extending the other leg down. Now, bring both knees bent to the side. Straighten both knees to the side, hold onto the feet, and gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Now come back to the neutral position, arms extended out to the sides and the knees pulled to your chest. As you drop the other knee towards the ground, extending the other leg down. Now bring both knees to the side and extend both knees to the side, gazing in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ति कोक्षिभागे त्रिधाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, bend your knees and place your feet flat on the ground. Hold onto your ankles and lift your hips up, gazing to the nose and visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge. As you start breathing in the Mocha Kumbhaka, as you keep the Jalandhara Bandha engaged while exhaling, force the air out through the throat lock gently. This will bring about a state of swooning in the yogi. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Palyankasana. Laying on your back with the feet flat on the mat, bring your arms over your head and place your hands flat on the mat as well, with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Lift your entire body up off the ground as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Breathe through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka as you perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Shvatanasana. Lay on your back with the knees to your chest. With the hands on the respective shoulders, move your hips in a circular motion and visualize that you're a dog playfully laying on its back. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so.
छवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवानीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Lie supine, raise your hips and legs up as you extend your hands down on the mat below, helping you balance your body as your legs are raised up. Move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्.
Next up is the Viparita Karani 2. Now stop the movement of your legs. Keep them pointing up straight as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी.
Next up is Langalasana. As you lay on your back, lift your hips and take your feet over the head with the toes on the floor. Stretch your hands out on the ground behind your back. Clasp your palms, rest on your neck and shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a plow, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
दिवा कंटेन भूमिं विष्टंभा पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Sajita Paschimottanasana. As you lie on your back in the same position, bring your hands to the feet. Pull your thighs to the chest and hold on to the toes as you keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 different asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Maintaining the same position, bring your hip over top of the shoulder level and open your legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
परिवृत्ति कोक्ष भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now bring your legs over top of your head, toes on the ground, hold onto the ankles of the feet, and roll onto your back, keeping your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you lay on your back with the legs vertical, hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then open your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now, hold onto the big toes and join your feet together above your body, keeping your legs straight and your arms straight as well. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangushtasana, move your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back, holding onto the opposite elbows over your head. Gaze to the nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशैलं चरेत्.
The next asana is Padasharamasana. Laying on your back with the legs in Padmasana, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm. Gaze to the nose and visualize Rama in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. While laying on your back, legs in Padmasana, lift your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the hips, supporting you with the elbows on the floor. As you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, contract the perineal region in Mula Bandha. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishchikasana. As you lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh, lift the other knee towards your head, extend both arms up above your head, and hook the fingers forward, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिकेशिकी संधि सुदाखे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side.
प्रथमशयन सूधो शीशिके संधि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlace your fingers around the neck as you lift both feet off the ground, extending one leg straight and the other knee pulled to the chest. Alternate extending and raising the knee again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space and breathing calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अंगुलिभिः कन्द्रां बद्ध्वा.
The next asana is Marottanasana. Lay on your back and lift your legs one by one up, touching the knees to your ears as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा चारुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. While laying on your back, place the sole of the feet flat on the ground. Stand up and then sit back down, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Ludhasana. Lay on your back and quickly throw your legs up above your head. Completely roll over. Repeat this again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
As you lay flat on your belly with the toes extended and the hands on the ground by your shoulders, contract your lips and make the sound of a flute, whistling while inhaling in Saladhasana Pranayama. Visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
युज्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Dehalyolanganasana. Now push your body up into Tadakshvasana, the plank position, as you jump your legs forward and back between the arms again and again. Visualize yourself go beyond the body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्यचरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीज्य.
The next asana is Jatyasana. From a standing position, bend forward and place your hands on the mat, walking back and forth as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Luritika Karana. Stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards, and bend your elbows. Keep your hands at the chest level. Swiftly move your arms across your body and then bring them back to the center. Tilt your head back, open up your chest towards the sky, and move your head in all directions. The next asana is Sarapasana. As you tie your feet with a rope, stand erect like a rod. Keep your arms at the side of your body with the hands touching your thighs. Visualize that your Kundalini Devi is raising and curling upwards around your body. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine, contract the perineal region. Force the Kundalini Shakti up. As you internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. While standing, place all fingers on the mat and then stand on your hands. Keep your feet on the fists as you begin to move and walk like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel as you walk around on the mat.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashvasana. Maintain the same position. Walk around on the hands as you visualize yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय.
The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. As you stand straight with the feet together, interlace your hands behind your back in Padusha Mudra. Pull them down towards your calves as you open up your chest widely, Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमो निधाय.
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. Stand tall with the palms together, Namaskara Mudra, as you gently bend your knees and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms and raise one heel off the ground as you slightly lower the waist and shoulder of the respective heel, bowing to both sides. As you visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. As you lay down on your stomach, jump your feet up towards your hands and stand. As you bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to the nose.
नुजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Hold onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and stand back up. Do this again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight, raise your arms up over your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
The next asana is Utshesakasana. From a standing position, pull the sole of the foot towards your chest, while with the other leg, sit down and stand back up. Alternate on both sides. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय.
Next up is the Parshva Karana. Now stand and keep one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing to the side. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arms holding the knee with a hand in a fist as you place the other hand on top of the respective thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. The next asana is Tandavasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you stand on one leg with the opposite leg extended forward. Lower your body down to the mat and then stand back up straight.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands by the sides, visualizing yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Stand tall and wrap the left leg over and around the right knee as you tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right and bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहिमस्गारुडमेव च.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring the leg to the other thigh as you keep the hands hanging down by the sides towards the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Stand on the right leg and hold onto the big toes of the left foot as you straighten the left leg out to the side and visualize yourself as the North Pole star as you rotate on the standing leg.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind your neck if you can. Then stand tall. Otherwise, you can pull the leg towards your chest. Then alternate standing and sitting. Perform the 3 steps of Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यम्.
Now repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you repeat Tandavasana on the other side.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side.
नगुर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च.
Now bring your foot to the opposite hip with the hands hanging down as you repeat Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold on to the opposite foot, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra as you rotate your body on the mat, visualizing yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhruvasana.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck if you can. Sit down and stand back up while visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is the Samanaka Karana. Stand with the feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both hands to the sides of your body as you stand straight on the mat and relax. After this intense asana practice, this intense sequence, breathe deeply as we enter into the final 100 asanas of the sequence. The next asana is Gora Kajali Asana. Stand erect and then bend forward. Bring both hands underneath the knees and make a finger lock in Padusha Mudra as you sit in a squatting posture and then let the finger lock touch your navel. Visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Nata Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, as you perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka, forcefully moving the retained prana up and down within your body and throughout your limbs, along with the mind. Perform the Mula Bandha as you do so and internally chant Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम ही उभं होय बाहुरी नीचो पुनि होवे.
The next asana is Kanchira Asana. Now insert your hands between the thighs and calves and then wrap them around behind your butt, interlacing your fingers behind your back. Keep your chest upright. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेशय नितम्बं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Bhairu Asana. Now bring your feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back. In Parusha Mudra, sit upright and gaze to your navel, visualizing Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down to the ground. Keep your feet together, toes apart. Bring your elbows up close to your head and join your palms behind your back with fingers pointing down. Gaze to the nose and visualize a boar, which is one of the 10 incarnations of Mahavishnu.
पागदली की माहिली को मिलाई फना पानी उकड़बई से.
The next asana is Pripitasana. With the heels touching, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let your hands hang down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वयं मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the mat, fingers wide, and place your knees onto the back of your arms with the eyes forward. Lean forward and down, lifting your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम अवनिमवष्टभ्याम.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. Now kneel down, head on the ground, with the palms spread for support. Raise your body on your head and place your legs into Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana. Lower your body down onto the mat and sit in a kneeling position. Keep your toes touching behind and sit in between the heels. As you place your hands on the knees, sit straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
ध्यानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is another inverted posture. So if you have any blood pressure related issues, please take precautions. If you need aid in support performing this asana, if you have a partner available, they can aid you. Otherwise, you can use a wall for support. You can walk the wall up and down. This is a progression where you can increase your arm strength and finally be able to perform this asana yourself. Now, place your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and lift your body up straight into a handstand. Visualize you're a tree with deep roots into the ground as you breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. Move your hands closer together and again enter the handstand posture. Visualize Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye. As you gaze up to your third eye, the Tejas energy will rejuvenate your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
The next asana is Matsyasana too. Now visualize yourself as a fish as you enter a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you engage the Mula Bandha.
दिव्यं शयनं कूर्परो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Next up is Sarpasana too. Lie prone on your belly with the hands on the hips and lift your chest to the left and right, visualizing and moving your body like a snake.
दिव्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Nidalambanasana. Lay prone on your belly with the hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, holding onto the chin. Keep the toes pointing backwards, feet together, as you feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया सुधीः.
The next asana is Chakrasana. As you lay on your stomach, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Straighten your arms and bend your knees. Bring the feet towards the upper back and lift your head and chest up, visualizing yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्तदलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
The next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees with the tops of the feet flat on the mat. Bring your butt onto the heels. Stretch your arms out in front and place the palms facing down as you bring your forehead to the mat. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing your indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and raise your hips up high into Gajasana. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you experience yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, lift your legs up into the air and slowly bring your forehead to the ground. Visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराले कृत्य
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit on your heels with the legs together, interlace your fingers around the toes, pull the feet towards your perineum, and then place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and return to breathing in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसीस्यो भणा शरामोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Interlace your fingers in front of your body and then behind you, stretching your arms forward to the sides and backwards as you give massage to various different joints and muscles within your body. Visualize Swamiji as you do so.
हस्तयोः अंगुले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमंगं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. Now sit on your heels in Vajrasana as you turn your feet out to the sides. Keep your thighs and knees resting on the ground. Keep your spine straight, hands on the knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जग्गोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुनाम्.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with your legs folded back, the toes pointing backwards, the knees wide, with the hands below the ankles. Keep the front of your buttocks on the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Next up is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide, the feet overlapping on top of your ankles. Keep your hands underneath the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize yourself as a frog as you perform Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Narasimhasana. As you keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together, place your perineum on top of the heels. Keep your palms on the ground with the fingers spread wide apart, thumbs touching the base of the hand, touching the toes. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, one of the 10 avatars of Vishnu, as you perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vishrakasana. Sit on the toes and place your perineum on the heels as you separate your knees and place them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms and place it on your mouth. Keep your thumbs under the teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through the right nostril and exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you might have.
The
next asana is Makadasana. Now bring the soles together, the top of the feet on the ground. As you sit on the heels, bend your elbows, bring your fingers to the armpits, and imitate as if you were a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey as you gaze to your third eye and perform the Mula Bandha. The next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together. Sit on the heels, keep your knees wide and off the floor. Hold your elbows behind your back as you gaze to the nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community. The next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind, and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the mat to the sides as you gaze to the nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments. The next asana is Kurmasana, the turtle posture. With your toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Keep your knees wide and on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधौ व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ.
The next asana is Yogasana. With the toes flat, cross your feet and place your perineum onto the back of the heels. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees. Cross your ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knee. Hold the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru.
घोड़ा वामो उभय होई, घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. In a kneeling position, bend backwards, hold your ankles with your hands and keep your arms straight. Push your hips forward and tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्या संविपातयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. With the heels together and the hands on the soles of the feet, slowly lean back. Bring the elbows down to the mat, followed by the back of your head. Gaze to the nose and experience yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे, सोले मूलद्वारी धरे.
Next up is Virattasana. Sit on the knees with the thighs and calves together. Lean back and touch your back to the ground. Then rise back up. Do this again and again as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body. Gaze to the nose and perform the Mula Bandha.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. From Virattasana, raise your hips higher. Bring your forearms to the mat and hold the back of the heels. As you bring your head in between the feet, visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and perform the Mula Bandha.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्या संविपातयिषु पुमान्.
The next asana is Vadasana. Now stand upright on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with opposite hands and gaze to the nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vadahasana 2. Keep your knees together, toes tucked behind. Lean forward as you bring the elbows to the mat. With your hands holding the head, rest your buttocks on the heels and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar incarnation of Mahavishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते.
The next asana is Mundasana. This is another inverted posture. Use a wall for support if needed. Now kneel down, place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head onto the mat, supporting it with both hands. Walk your feet forward until your hips align with the shoulders and then raise your legs straight up. Be stable. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andhasana. In a kneeling position, place your head in between the knees and the elbows outside of the knees. Hold your head with both hands, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe through your mouth and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम भगदली समठारावे, कोरमा हिली उभे मिलावे.
The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. You can hold weights to intensify this asana. As you lie on your belly with the arms extended straight out, lift your thighs, arms, and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust and perform the Mula Bandha.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
The next asana is Kapalasana. Lie on your belly with the arms at the side, palms facing down. Keep your forehead on the ground and keep your chest on the mat as you lift your legs up together. Visualize yourself as a skull, representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमो निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lay on your stomach, keep your hands by the sides and lift your legs up over your head. As you slowly place your feet on the mat in front of your head, keep the palms flat on the mat behind, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. As you breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
The next asana is Chatakasana. As you sit on your knees, bring the chest down so the navel touches the knees and keep your hands and elbows flat on the ground. Be sturdy. Visualize yourself as a sparrow as you perform the Mula Bandha.
पुरपरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामवष्टभ्य.
The next asana is a Vrishchikasana too. Now kneel down, keep your hands and elbows on the mat. As you raise your legs, bend your back to touch the feet onto your head. Lift your chin and hold as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेवपुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Now place the perineum down on the right heel as you keep the left foot outside of the hip with the toes pointing outwards. Now visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in the Antaranga Kumbhaka, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while and then exhaling slowly.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
The next asana is Lulasana. From the kneeling position, place your hands flat on the mat in front. Lift your knees off the ground and cross the toes over the left. The left toes over the right as you balance above the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now directly place your perineum down on the other heel as you repeat Vrishasana on the other side.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the left toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised against the chest. Keep your palms on the respective knees as you maintain an upright position. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Grahasana. Squat with the feet flat on the mat. As you bring your elbows under the thighs, wrap your hands around the shins and hold onto your ankles from the outside. Visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये हस्तगुर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. You can use weights to intensify this asana. As you squat on your toes with the heels up, the knees off the mat, place your perineum onto the heels and your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
विजास्पिजोस्येत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels, the soles of the feet together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground as you hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze forward as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पाणी होय जैसे दो एडिकुदा निवैसे.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat or sit with the feet hip-width apart, with the hands under the soles of the feet from the inside, palms facing down. Keep your arms straight, elbows at the navel, and gaze to the nose. As you visualize, you are able to consume and live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने, कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back of your hands on the mat with the fingers facing towards your body. Step the feet on top of the hands with your hands wrapped around the feet like a shoe. Start walking around on your mat as you visualize you're wearing padukas walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा.
Next up is Kukkuttanasana. Now place your palms on the mat, raise both feet upwards into the air, and let them fall back down. Do this again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat and raise your legs upwards into a handstand. As you move around on two hands dancing, feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one palm down on the mat with the arm straight. Bring the opposite arm towards your head. Be stable. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
अथ पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
पक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next asana is Kadambasana. Sit on the ground with your feet flat and the heels close to your body. Hold the respective ankles with your hands as you lift your feet off the ground and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Next up is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum, hold the knees with your hands and press them towards your chest. Visualize any excess water being released or balanced within your system as you perform the Mula Bandha.
स्तुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind your head as you place both hands flat on the mat. Extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight as you lift your entire body up off the ground. Keep your chin up, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं च दुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Dhanurasana too. As you sit on the ground, hold the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. As you keep one leg straight and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a ball.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg over top of the left shoulder and bring the right foot across. Hook it over the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the side. Lift up your head and chest, find balance and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
पाशिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground as you have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Press the right knee down with the right hand as you gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshva Now keep one leg bent on the ground with a foot at the opposite hip and bring the other leg over top as you twist your body around the raised knee and interlace your hands below the raised knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Now sit and lift the other leg behind your neck, keeping your hands at the side and raising your whole body up with the other leg extended, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side, holding the big toes of both feet in Prana Mudra as you pull the opposite foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठोदपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Now lift the right leg over top of the right shoulder, cross the left foot over the right, and extend the legs out to the side, balancing as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
आशिष्टमतकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring the other foot over top, shoulder underneath, push the knee down and place the other one on the ground as you visualize yourself being immortal and able to exist solely from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshva on the other side, bringing one heel to the opposite hip, the other leg over top of the knee as you twist your body around and bring your hands underneath and interlace the fingers behind your back, twisting your body even further, gazing up to your third eye and visualizing Matsyendranath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep one leg straight and press the perineum with one heel, lean your chest forward and down, hold onto the front foot and bring your head towards the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kranchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip, hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards your forehead. Keep the knees straight, visualize yourself as a crane as you engage the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side, keeping the opposite heel against the perineum, leaning forward and down. Perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, moving the prana up and down within your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Kranchasana on the other side. As you bring the other heel outside of the hip, extend the opposite leg up, holding the foot with the knee straight, visualizing yourself as a crane.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with the soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, the palms resting on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity as you visualize a swastika.
तानूर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. As you keep your feet in the same position, cover your heels with the respective hands. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze to the tip of your nose, visualizing the great sage Goraknath, as you perform Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Anurvorandare Padau Uttano Vyakta Samsito.
Next up is Pakasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta, the Enlightened One. As you gaze to your third eye, perform the Mula Bandha and re-enter the Shanmukhi Mudra once more. As you exhale, close your eyes with the index fingers, nose with the middle fingers, mouth with ring and little fingers, the ears with your thumbs.
Vamaparshva Gudav Samstapya Dakshangri Vamajagane.
Next up is Yogasana 2. As you keep your feet on top of the opposite knees, place your hands on the ground beside your body, with the palms facing up. Keep your spine straight, gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start breathing in Kakachantra Kumbhaka, rolling up the tongue and keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. As you inhale through the rolled up tongue, cooling down your body.
Uttanau Charanau Krutva Samstapyo Parijanunoh.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands next to your body and push your body off the mat, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
Vasishtamadakondinnyam Urdhakukutameva cha.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the knees and place them on the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated in this position as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Pratama Padmasana ko kare Hastado Gokodasan Didare.
Next up is Hamsasana. From Padmasana, lift your body off the ground as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
Kukutasana Sitva Skandaparyantam Muroni Nitva.
Next up is Karmukasana. From Padmasana, place your hands between the thighs and calves. Lean forward and while sitting, reach your hands behind your body in Parasha Mudra. As you bring your forehead to the floor, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bowl.
Pratama Padmasana ko kare Godasan Dimahi Karidhare.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Sitting in Padmasana, lift your knees and insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you bend your elbows and hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands, visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
Baijanga Paradachina Bava, Daijanga Parabailiava.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. Bend your elbows, hold the respective shoulders, tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze at the nose and rejoice, knowing you're in Shiva's secret knot posture.
Athavakshe Neelakantha Granthi Bhedasanam Shubham.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. From Padmasana, insert both hands through the thighs and calves. As you roll onto your back, hold onto the respective shoulders with your hands and gaze to the nose, embodying a turtle laying on its back.
Ukkutasana Bandhastam Karabhyam Drita Gandharam.
Next up is Pangukukutasana. From Padmasana, place both hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place one hand flat on the mat and hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up off the mat, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha.
Kukkutasana Sitva Ekena Hastena Nyasipati Bandam Dritva.
Now exchange the position of your hands. Lift your body up onto the other hand as you repeat Pangakukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. From Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlace your fingers, and rest your chin on the knuckles. Keep your thumbs pressed to the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. From Padmasana, hold one hand over the other with the palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha, all three bandhas engaged.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. From Padmasana, place your palms on top of the knees. Keep your spine straight, gaze to the nose, engage the Mula Bandha, and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. From Padmasana, keep the left hand on the left knee and hook the right hand around the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. As you pull your elbow back as if you're pulling a bowstring, moving the big toe in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you repeat the movement on the other side as well.
वक्षे योगपूरक रक्षणात्.
Next up is Karmakasana 3. From Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
मुखासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Next up is Dridhasana. Now maintain Karmakasana 3. Lift your chest up and gaze to your third eye, visualizing that you are the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagadasana. From Karmakasana 3, with your arms behind your back, roll onto your back. Hold on to the big toes if you can. Otherwise, lay on your arms in Padmasana as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोटाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. As you lie on your back, bend your knees with the feet off the ground. Embrace your knees to the chest with the head touching the knees. Roll your body up into a ball as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पित्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Pavanasana. Lay on your back with the knees raised together, feet flat on the ground. Interlace your fingers behind your neck as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनग्राभे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Next up is Marakata Pitasana. Lie on your back and bend your knees as you keep your feet flat on the mat and place the upturned palms underneath your heels. Lift your hips up as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Uttana Shiki Pitakasana. Lie supine and raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands, placed at the waist, as your elbows bear the weight of your body. Press your chin to through the throat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशी पीठकम्.
Next up is Narakasana. As you lie supine, raise your hips and legs up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support if needed, but then place your elbows and hands flat on the mat below. Balance. As you visualize traversing Naraka, hell unscathed.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Next up is Tiryanokasana. From Narakasana, bring your hands to the lower back and keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower and angle them down, keeping your core engaged. Visualize your boat crossing the ocean of samsara.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नजेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your arms back flat on the mat. Keep your legs straight as a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations.
नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now gently lower your body down to the mat as you lie supine. Contract the perineal region and pull the Kundalini Shakti up your spine, performing the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Bring it up to the Brahmarandha. As you completely relax, unclutch from any micro movements of your body and mind, visualize your body as dead, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is liberating you as you internally chant the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. ॐ 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start wiggling your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Raise your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side. As you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations for completing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With this, let us conclude the Nityananda Yoga session. As you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, place your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, visualize Swamiji, and chant the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
Nityanandam. Thank you for watching, and if you found the video enlightening,
please give it a like, share it with your loved ones, and subscribe to stay connected with us.
don't forget to click the bell icon to receive the notifications.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా పరమశివుడేరా స్వామి మనవాడేరా కైలాస నుంచి వచ్చిన మన తోడేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా మనవాడే మన తోడే మన స్వామి వచ్చాడురా మనవాడే మన తోడే మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా
கலியுகத்தை காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு ஆனந்தமா போற்றி பாடி கொண்டாடுங்கடி.
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி, அவனே வணங்கி நன்னால கொண்டாடடி. நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி. நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி. சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி, அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி. நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி. நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லில் தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி. சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தான
आनन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants for today's another day of the glimpses of the Paramashivoham Day 3. Yes, so now as we're going to enter into today's session, I request all the participants, how was today's yoga? If you guys attended today's yoga, you guys can share. You can see a participant named as Gabriel Harris. He is on the Zoom. Please keep your cameras turned on. As we're going to enter into the power manifestation, manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. So we're going to start off with manifesting the power of third eye. Please get your blindfold, come and be seated. We're going to close our eyes and see objects, see images, see colors. We're going to see colors and images both together in this particular round of the power manifestation. Please get your eye band and come and be seated. Okay, so let's enter into the power manifestation now. Please close your eyes. Remember Swamiji through your third eye. Being in the space of Paramashiva, in the space of oneness, chanting the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivoham internally to bring Swamiji in each one of us. Just close your eyes and let's begin the power manifestation now.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, I request all the participants now to relax. Please open your eyes and take a moment to share what is the image which is there in this particular round of the power manifestation. You can share anything, whatever Swamiji has shown to each one of you. You can share that on the Zoom chat. Whatever Swamiji is showing for the participants. Yes. So in this particular round, it is the image of an orange, and many oranges are there, and leaves as well. Okay. I can see the participant named Gabriel Harris has put a message that you are at work. Okay, not a problem, but as much as possible, please give a complete participation in the program. If you are attending this Paramashivoham program, please give a complete participation. Now we are entering into today's session. So today, what are we going to cover? Just as a glimpse, we are going to cover into the power of speech, power of Vak Shakti, power of listening, power of communication. We're going to learn on that. We're going to cover all those topics and manifest various different powers as well. So the first session is going to be how to speak into our listening. Okay, how many of us actually listen to ourselves? We normally don't do that. We normally don't listen to ourselves. We don't listen to our being. We have so much of inner chatter inside ourselves, which makes us have wrong listening or non-listening or default listening, which is not present. When you give complete listening to yourself, you will have the power of words to manifest anything into reality. So now we're going to cover those topics, and beautifully Swamiji himself is going to explain as well. So let me give an example. Like two researchers who have created visually compelling evidence of the power of sound are Japanese scientists, and Masaru Emoto and Fabian Mamin. Mamin, a French composer, and Helen Grimmel, a biologist, experimented with both healthy and cancer cells to see how they would respond to the voice and various instruments. In his book, The Role of Music in the 21st Century, Mamin reports that among the dramatic effects of sound they captured in the photographs was a progressive destabilization of the structure of the cancer cells. Mamin says that when he played sounds that progressed up the musical scale, the cancer cells eventually exploded. So Japanese scientist Dr. Masaru Emoto has shown these potent effects of sound by photographing water crystals. His work is published in a series of books, Messages from Water, and was featured in the movie What the Bleep Do We Know? In his remarkable experiments, he played classical music and folk songs from Japan and other countries through speakers placed next to water samples. He then froze the water to make crystals and compare the crystalline structure of different samples. With each musical piece, the water sample formed different and beautifully geometric crystals. When he played heavy metal music, the water crystal's basic hexagonal structure broke into pieces. So, what do actually they mean by in this particular experiment? When he did this experiment, he just made to make it more simpler, just keep one glass of water or one plastic cup of water in two different cups. In one cup, just keep the water. You don't need to change it every day, but every single day start giving good words, give more lovable words, speak to it with care, speak to it with compassion, to that one cup. Another cup, speak all the bad words, all the anger you can throw it, all the powerlessness, all the you feel that you want to shout at somebody, everything react to that water. You will see within just 2-3 days, you will see that the first cup which you showed so much of love, so much of care, so much of attention to it, the water will become crystal. This is an experiment which has been done, which has proven the power of words. And if you see the other cup which you have shouted so many bad words or harsh words and all your powerlessness to it, you will see all that water will become distorted. It will become completely dirty, and you will see that so much of the dirt and algae will just start forming around it without any reason. And both are the same cup, same water, placed at the same time, checked at the same time, but using different words. So in all these, it's very powerfully mentioned that power of words is very important. So the implications of these simple experiments are profound. Since our bodies are made up of 70% water, imagine how the sounds and vibrations that fill our external environment affect our internal environment, our very cells. Imagine how the words we speak about ourselves and others affect not only our health, but also the health and well-being of those in our lives. Let me tell a small story. Swamiji is telling her a small story. A man tells his friend, I haven't spoken to my wife in 1 week. The friend asks him, why? Are you having a fight with her? The man replies, no, I am too afraid of interrupting her. So you make your own meaning of the words uttered. So what is heard, what is cognized, become completely disconnected, unconnected. This is default listening all of us have. We listen, all of us actually listen, but we don't listen completely. We hear something from here and there, and then we cognize, we also make some meaning out of it, and then we start living based on that. That's what Swamiji means by default listening, where all of us are right now in that very situation. So authentic listening is, true listening is hearing plus right cognizing. You hear something, you cognize rightly and live it. So what actually stops us from listening? Like past thoughts, emotional patterns, hangovers, residues sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you to live the future. Just give an example. If you've just seen maybe a murder or something bad happening in the beach at the age of 5. So listening, hearing and cognizing is happening without any interference of incompletions. Without any incompletions, it is like a binary code, 010110. The computer hearing, cognizing, hearing, cognizing. With incompletions, it becomes completely 000011. If you heard, the Swamiji himself would have told this very example. In Mandukya Upanishad, it is very clearly mentioned that there's a verse called Om Badram Karane Bishrayama Devaha Badram Parshe Macha Birgejatraha. Meaning goes by, O Devas, may we hear with our ears what is auspicious. O Devas, who are worthy of worship, may we see with our eyes what is always auspicious. All the best thing of life happening to you is with the space of listening. This whole program, if you see, Swamiji is very beautifully told, You can just keep sitting for 21 days, but if you don't listen, nothing is going to enter your system. The whole program starts only when you start listening. Swamiji will speak, Swamiji will conduct the program, Swamiji is going to conduct various different process. But if you, inside you, if there is so much of inner chatter and the default listening is still there, you're not going to get any experience at all. So the whole program actually starts with listening. So now, without further ado, there will be multiple discourses of Swamiji where Swamiji is going to be speaking about listening. I'm going to request all the participants for being seated with here with us to give you complete listening as I'm going to play the satsang. And if any participants have any doubt in the meantime, to you have something to share, something to ask, something to clarify with the acharyas regarding hearing, listening, we can pause, we can clarify the doubts, and we will continue to listen to the satsang. So for all the participants, do not feel that this is going to be just a class with many videos and internalization exercises. No, this is going to change your life internally and externally. You're going to become a new person after this whole 21 days. And after all, this is just a glimpse of what is going to happen in the next season of Paramashivoham, which is starting on August 22nd. So let's listen directly from Swamiji on the subject of hearing, listening, and true listening, and how to have the powerful space to listen to yourself first and then listen to others.
Whatever you want in your life, you might have come for the program here through two-way video conferencing or in the Rajya Sabha physically. You might have come here for health or to achieve more wealth in the life or successful career or spiritual evolution or enlightenment, maybe just to spend 2-3 days with me. Whatever may be the reason, please understand, whatever may be the reason, whatever may be the purpose, whatever you may want from this program, through this program, can happen in you by listening. It is with listening. When you start listening, it starts. When I say listening, I don't mean just hearing. The default hearing, which all of us have. Let me define this default hearing and listening. Default hearing means you hear some words or sound. The moment you hear, some of your past incompletions stored in you, past memories, emotions, hangovers gets triggered in you. When that gets triggered, you are just lost. You are just lost in the triggered hangover. I'll give you an example. When you were 10, you went for a beach walk. There you saw few people attacking one person and finally that fellow is dead. You saw literally a murder in front of your eyes. Naturally, you will run away from that place. After that, you may never go to beach for a walk. Or even if you get a chance to see the beach, you may remember only this painful memory. If you carry this incompletion, the moment I start speaking, I start uttering the word beach or a beautiful walk in the evening beach, the breeze of the evening beach. Here I am talking about the beautiful, loving, very soothing experience. But there in you, that incompletion gets triggered, you are already in the mood of that being terrorized, frightened, fear, carrying that hangover, that incompletion being triggered. Understand, hearing and incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. Hearing, incompletions getting triggered and getting lost in those incompletions. That is what is your default hearing. Now, when I ask you to listen, I mean listen and internalize everything I am uttering without allowing the interference of that past hangover, incompletions. At least for next few hours, the program is around almost 3 hours a day, little more than 3 hours with a break. If you see, it's around 5.5 hours. Listen. At least the next few hours, next 3 days, I am requesting you to listen and internalize directly without allowing your incompletions interfering, without allowing your incompletions hitting, without hearing your incompletions disturbing, without getting your incompletions triggered. Listen. You listen and internalize, means understand, cognize. Then again listen, cognize, listen, cognize. This is like a binary action. 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1, like the computer. How you hear the binary code in the computer, 0 1 0 1. But if the incompletions get triggered and interfere, it is not 0 1 0 1 0 1. It is like a 0 1. Then again 0. The incompletions getting triggered stops the hearing and internalizing. Hearing and cognizing. Hearing and cognizing. This process gets disturbed. This process gets disturbed. Understand? When the hearing and cognizing is disturbed, you become tired. You get disturbed. And the listening gets broken. Especially Indian classrooms, you are trained not to listen. The long hours, boring syllabus, boring teachers. Naturally, you are pushed to get into the state of samadhi by sitting with open eyes. Listen. Just these next 3 days, I request you to listen and cognize without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. Without allowing your incompletions getting triggered. My commitment with you all, please listen. Please listen carefully. I can make whatever you want as reality. Please understand. I am really serious about what I am uttering. I am sincere about what I am uttering. I can make whatever you want as reality. Health, wealth, success, complete relationships, whatever you want as reality. I can make that happen. I can make whatever you want as reality. But my only request, please provide listening. This is the only wiring between you and me. It is the only wiring between you and me, connection between you and me. In Vedic tradition, words are not used just to convey some idea, concept, theory. Words are used to transmit energy. Understand? If the words are used only to convey an idea, a concept, books are enough. But in Vedic tradition, we use the words to transmit the energy, experience. So, listening is the only wiring between you and me. It's the only wiring between you and me. So I request you to provide complete listening. I request you to use the words as a bridge between you and me so that I can transmit the experience to you. Listen. When you sit with the space to listen, with the mood to listen, even silence, my silence does so much in you. Even my silence can do so much in you. So, listen. How many of you are ready to listen for the next 3 days? Raise your hand. I'm requesting you only for next 3 days. Come on, let's take an oath. Declaration to yourself. This oath is declaration to yourself. When you declare, you will be so alive, active, energetic, because your declared words sets a trend, path through which your mind needs to travel. Please repeat. I declare I am in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. My blessings for you to be successfully listening. Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others' listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen 2 doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Profession. If you are not able to speak into others' listening, how you practice, if you are able to speak into others' listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others' listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others' listening. Now you all said, the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening, that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page. how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. Few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen, this will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you. How to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily, make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in one full page. some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? Now, little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see. I'll make it happen. I am telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others' listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others' listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with the empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having. And your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others listening, both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are, instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. when whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life. Let me tell you openly. I'll constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard, but I myself don't believe. No, really I'm telling you. In my heart, I don't believe I'm working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I'm spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard so that they will become more authentic. I'll go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly all right. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware you should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he spoke into his listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen, for example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. No, 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others' listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana, self-building dharana, like bodybuilding, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahmasutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahmasutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahmasutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books, cost. Come on. Please get back to your teamily and start. Listen, it's a teamily exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking. But the other person can question. Because you have to speak till he is listening. Till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy. And all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all. I wanted to tell you guys a beautiful story happened in Varanasi, maybe 2800 years before. A young Advaiti, an enlightened saint of the India, Adi Shankaracharya, walks into Kashi with the decision to establish the science he realized and enrich the world with that science. For that, he has to be accepted by the Sarvanya Pita, means the group of Pandits who are the collegium of Hinduism, the collegium of spiritual knowledge, who are responsible for maintaining the religious and spiritual scriptures. So head of that group, he approaches that head, Kumari Labattar. Kumari Labattar says, I have decided to retire and sacrifice my life. I have already taken the vow of Panchagni Tapas, means sitting inside the fire and starting the meditation. Now I can't spend my time, energy, attention to listen to you, to even say you are yes or you are right or wrong or all that. You better go and meet my successor, Mandana Mishra, who is now head of the collegium, the Sarvanya Pita. He can only make the decision. And Adi Shankaracharya comes and meets Mandana Mishra. The beauty of our tradition is we are always ready if somebody is ready to take me one step further. We are not closed at all. He is not the guy, already I have so many. And please understand, he had 12,000 Pandits as his disciples. The record says, the Mandana Mishra, 12,000 Pandits. If he changes some of his opinion, all the 12,000 may laugh at him. But the ambience is not like that. He says, I am ready, let's argue. Let's debate. Argue is the wrong word. Debate is also wrong word. Vada means let us try to guide each other into deeper understanding. Vada Pradivada. Let's try to guide each other into deeper understanding. The deeper spaces. So both of them sit. Please listen. It goes on for 42 days. And no Pandit is able to come to the conclusion who is able to lead the other person more deeper. Both of them are excellent in what they are presenting. Now what to do? How to decide? All the Pandits, they say, we are all Mandana Mishra's disciples. We cannot be a true judges. Let us get somebody who can be a true judge. Do you know a funny thing? Mandana Mishra's wife has been chosen because she had her own independent intelligence. Independent of Mandana Mishra, she had her independent intelligence, courage to speak the truth as it is. So Mandana Mishra's wife, Ubaya Bharati, she was chosen as the judge. She is made to sit and see her intelligence. She gives a methodology to find who can help all of us to the deeper levels of consciousness. She says, when you speak, if there is an anxiety, Your inner space has no strength. You are already powerless. Who gets into anxiety first, that person is powerless. He loses. The other person wins the game because the other person can lead us to the higher level, more deeper levels of inner consciousness. How to measure this now? She comes up with a method. The lotus garland, 2 lotus garland will be put on both Mandana Mishra and Shankara. Whoever gets agitated, their body heat will increase in a subtle way. That heat increase, the temperature increase of the body will make the flower wither. That person is lost. You understand that? The brilliance. And with this clarity, the Vada Pradivada starts. 3 days it went on. 3rd day evening, Mandana Mishra started getting agitated and he started becoming powerless. His garland has started withering away. It has started getting heated and withering away. Then Ubay Bharati declares, yes, now Shankara is declared. He carries more powerful space. He can lead us to the deeper levels of consciousness, higher levels of enlightenment. So let us all accept Shankara as a Sarvagnya Pitadishwar. The whole Sangha, as a collegium, accept Shankara as Sarvagnya Pitadishwar. After the judgment, now she comes up. Yes, as a judge, I gave you the judgment. You won the game. But I am not only the judge, I am also the half of my husband. So still you have not conquered the whole of the participant who was against you. You conquered only half. The other half is me. Now I am sitting. Let both of us debate. You have to conquer me also to be accepted as a Sarvagnya forever by everyone. Very funny. And the debate starts. In this first batch, around 40-42 days, then next batch, 3 days. In this whole discussion, she saw Mandana Mishra never raised an important subject of householder life. The subject of love, lust, sex. Because of his innate traditional respect to a sannyasi. Shankara is not a first sannyasi. He organized sannyas system, but before him it was there. So Pandits always had a tremendous respect for sannyasis. Because of that, he did not touch that subject at all. Maybe for various reasons. And Mandana Mishra himself may be having kind of some suppression or a guilt about being married and not being a sannyasi. The Pandits, lot of Pandits have that guilt, I have seen. Lot of Pandits, the dry Pandits who have not experienced Advaita have the guilt that they have not become sannyasis. Lot of sannyasis who have not experienced Advaita as a guilt why they become sannyasis. When there is no experience, both sides will always have SDHD. SDHD will be there till you achieve enlightenment. Anyhow, listen. He never brought up that subject. Now, she is so brilliant. She knows what was not spoken, only can be the subject where she can shake Shankara. And the moment she sat in the seat of argument, first she puts the question about the life, lust, love, sex. Please understand, Shankara did not become powerless. He did not become powerless. He says, give me 30 days time, because whatever I have spoken in last 45 days is from my experience. Now the question you are asking, even though I have the knowledge, it is not from my biomemory and muscle memory. Give me time. I'll go and pick up in my biomemory and get back to this body and speak to you so that experientially I answer you. Ubhayavaradi bows out, says yes. And exactly on that day, Kashi Raja was dead. Shankara enters into Kashi Raja's body, lives 30 days, full 30 days, Paurnami to Paurnami. Vidyaranya clearly records full 30 days. He lives as Kashi Raja, enjoying all the pleasures of the world. Because Shankara himself is living as Kashi Raja, suddenly the whole Kashi started flourishing. So many good things have started happening. People in the palace have started becoming so cheerful, happy. The whole Advaitic space has started happening in the whole administration and the palace and the whole Kashi. So two important ministers of Kashi Raja, they were great bhaktas of Mahadeva. They go and beg Mahadeva, Mahadeva, after the king died and came back, something extraordinary is happening. Please give us the boon that this should continue forever. Mahadeva appears and says, there is one sannyasi body lying in the corner, one cave of that area. If you manage to burn that body, this will continue. Because Shankara has left the body in a cave. And he also appears to the Shankara's disciples. Two disciples who were left as a guardian, and says, if you guys manage to get him out of Samadhi, he will be able to come back, or if somebody damages his body, he cannot come back. I have given this boon to the two ministers. So there is a specific herb. If you put the juice of that herb into the mouth, he will come back to consciousness from Samadhi. So this guy, one disciple, runs to get that herb from nearby forest. But before he could come back, the minister's people have reached and put the fire for the body. And the other disciple, he begs Annapurni. Annapurni appears and gives that herb. And he pours that herb into the mouth before the body could get affected by the fire. And Shankara comes back to life in the Shankara body. After that only he sings that Nityanandagari, Varabhagayagari, that stotra and Annapurna. Because the disciples say, one has gone to get the herb, he could not come back. So I asked Annapurni, she appeared and gave this herb. Because she wanted you to be in this body. One side Mahadeva wanted him to be in the Kashi Raja's body. The other side Devi wanted him to be in Shankara's body. And finally, I can't say Devi won because Mahadeva himself went and told this side also. You have to do this. So Shankara assumes his body and the Kashiraja dies. Means he moves from that body to this body, comes back, again sits with Ubay Bharati and explains the whole thing, whole science. And Ubay Bharati was completely convinced and accepts that Shankara is one, Mandana Mishra and the other part of Ubay Bharati both. And both of them accept Shankara as a Sarvanya Pitadishwara. And the Mandana Mishra becomes a disciple of Shankara. He is only Sureshwaracharya. Becomes Sureshwaracharya. And both of them start living with Shankara, traveling with Shankara. Ubay Bharati started cooking and taking care of the few disciples, because Ubay Bharati was a very elderly person. Mandana Mishra was 70 when he accepted Shankara. And Shankara was less than 30, 28. And Ubay Bharati must be at least 65. So naturally she is a motherly woman. She forms the first monastery, means keeping the disciples' kids together and training, taking care. So they travel as a group. She cooks and takes care of them. She converts the bachelor's hostel into a decent house. And the Sringeri, they go and settle down. Sringeri is the place where the first monastery was formed, where things are kept like a formal training, organized in a very formal way. The Hinduism started getting organized in a systematic way in Sringeri. When Ubay Bharati left her body in Samadhi, on the Samadhi of the Ubay Bharati only the Sringeri Sharada temple is standing. Sringeri Sharada temple is nothing but the Samadhi of Ubay Bharati. Ubay Bharati sannyas name is Sharada. So Shankara gives the status of goddess to the Ubay Bharati, and the whole monastery is around the Ubay Bharati Samadhi. So this is the story, how the inner space, you see, moral of the story is, our inner space, if it is agitated, you cannot reach the higher and higher levels of completion, consciousness. As long as you keep your inner space unagitated, powerful, complete, you will be reaching higher and higher and higher spaces and consciousness. That's all is the moral of the story. Many of you would have read the story, but I have given my own interpretation and understanding, meaning to the whole story. Come on, let me further.
I just want to add one thing to what he told. You
Go ahead.
mentioned that the first statement you made was like you said you knew and that enlightenment was for you.
Please come to the
Correct?
mic.
And so when that, and then you said you did not understand why this person, there was a person in the group who did not want enlightenment. So for me, it was more like, even though you knew it was what you wanted, you didn't know why you wanted. So I felt maybe that was the conflict why we couldn't convince that person. It took a long time to convince. Knowing we wanted, but not why we want, is a deeper conviction, which is what moves us to that space, is my experience. But when you made that statement, that's what I read it as.
You are absolutely right. But when I searched, what I saw was sometimes it's that
Paramashivoham
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்த
தெய்வீகமா மாற்றிவிட மறை எண்ணும் அந்த எண்ணம் அதை தாண்டும் நிலை காட்டிவிட
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி
ஆதி சிவபாதமத லோகமெல்லாம் மீண்டும் ஒரு ஞான குருவாக வர வேண்டுதல் கேட்க கேட்ட வரம் தந்து குரு நித்யானந்தனாக நம்ம சாமி அவர் அருணையில வந்து பிறக்க
கேட்கும் யாவையுமே கல்வதருவாய் கருணையோடு அருள் செய்து முடிக்க அவனை நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில தெய்வம் உண்டு நாம உணர நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில தெய்வம் உண்டு நாம உணர சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லில் தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivo.
Yes. Now I request all the participants to come back to the space of listening, as all of us heard directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the very subject of listening. Please come back to the space of listening. So right now what we're going to do is we're going to enter into the internalization exercise. The first is identify all the incidents and situations where we heard but not listen. We are hearing but not listening. For example, while talking to colleges, they speak but you think about your next work, or thinking in your mind instead of listening to the video played during the session, or when Acharya is speaking during a conflict or argument with someone. You are thinking about your next reply instead of listening to what the other person says. So these are all examples to identify all the incidents and situations where you are hearing but not listening. Second, for each of the incidents and situations, you identify and pen down what you think about and what incompletion you go through instead of listening. For example, thinking about your next task, what you plan to do afterwards, feeling restless or irritated, planning for your next reply to win over the argument and prove yourself right. Third is notice how irrespective you are when you are not in the space of listening. Complete with all the incompletions you wrote in the step 2 and decide to be in the space of listening in all the situations, in every situation from now onwards. So I'm going to project the instructions for the participants to do the internalization exercise. Please bring your book and pen and be seated as we're going to start this internalization exercise now. Yes. Now let's enter into the power manifestation as we completed the internalization exercise. I request all the participants to come back and be seated. Let's enter into the power manifestation. Please come and be seated. As we heard and listened about the subject of listening and how listening is very important to each one of us, and how we can apply this power of listening into our life, and how it can change everything whichever is going wrong, or you think that it is going wrong in the wrong direction. So now in this round of the power manifestation, we're going to manifest the power of Ashtamaha Shaktis. It's a very powerful powers, one of the 8 powers. Swamiji has revived the science back. One of the power is the power of Mahima, increasing the size of an object. Okay, so I request all the participants now to bring any object. Okay, any object, you can quickly bring it, keep it in your palms or keep it on a flat surface. Keep it on top of it. You're going to chant the Mahavakya. See the object through your third eye. Okay, just see the object through your third eye and give a command to increase the size of it. If you have the weighing machine, you can go check the weight of an object and check it after. If you're not able to, not a problem. At least to start off, you can feel the vibration, you can feel the heaviness of an object happening. Okay, it's going to be very simple. Let's play with the power. Do not take the power seriously whether it is going to manifest it or not, because at the end, Paramashiva is manifesting, Swamiji is manifesting through each one of us. Sit, remember Swamiji through your third eye, look at the object through your third eye and give a command to increase the size of an object. That's all. Do not expect the result. Let Swamiji flow through you. As you're going to play the oneness capsule, you can wash the oneness capsule, get absorbed in that Swamiji's presence, and through that very presence of oneness, give the command. Let that power manifestation happen. Let's begin now.
లేకున్న నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్న నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా
கலியுகத்த காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு ஆனந்தமா போற்றி பாடி கொண்டாடுங்கடி.
சிவனே இறங்கி
சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லால் நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாற்றிவிட மன எண்ணும் அந்த எண்ணம் அதை தாண்டும் நிலை காட்டிவிட
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லி தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி
ஆதி சிவபாதமத லோகமெல்லாம் மீண்டும் ஒரு ஞான குருவாக வர வேண்டுதல் கேட்க கேட்ட வரோ தந்து குரு நித்யானந்தனாக நம்ம சாமி அவர் அருணையில வந்து பிறக்க
கேட்கும் யாவையுமே கல்பதருவாய் கருணையோடு அருள் செய்து முடிக்க அவனை நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில் தெய்வம் ஒன்று நாம உணர நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில் தெய்வம் ஒன்று நாம உணர சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லி தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லில் தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் தோன்றி அருள் தரும் ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் கருணை எனும் கோலால் மோகம் தனை வீழ்த்தும் உருக்கும் என் பாசங்களை இல்லாமலே நீக்கும் நித்யானந்தன் அவன் ரூபம் அது காணும் உயர் தியானம் மெய்ஞானம் எனும் வாழ்வில் உன்னை தானாய் கொண்டு சேர்க்கும் குருவே சிவமாகும் நித்ய குருவே இறை ரூபம் குருவே சிவமாகும் குருவே இறை ரூபம் யுகம் யாவிலும் குருநாதன் என்றே தோன்றி கரை சேர்க்கும் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தின் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் காணும் பொருள் யாவிலும் நித்தியன் ரூபம் தெரிவதும் கேட்கும் ஒலியோ அவன் உபதேசமாவதும் காணும் பொருள் யாவிலும் நித்தியன் ரூபம் தெரிவதும் கேட்கும் ஒலியோ அவன் உபதேசமாவதும் பிறவி கொண்டதன் பொருள் யாவும் உணர்த்திடும் ஜீவன் முக்தனாய் நம்மை வாழ வைத்திடும் ரிஷப வாகனத்தில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் உயிர் யாவையுமே வேறென்ன வேண்டிடும் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் தோன்றி அருள் தரும் ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும்
ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஐந்தோழில் செய்தொழித்தான் அந்த வருத்தம் தீர்த்திட உலகம் வந்தான். ஆக்கைக்கு தீக்கைகள் அடித்திடும் போது சதாசிவன் என்னும் நினைவு கொண்டார். மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானன் தான் என்னும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டான். கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டுருவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான். ஆகாத மனிதரை அடித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனான். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றான். உலகம் இங்கு நெஞ்சில் சுமந்தே பெற்றால் எங்களை நித்யானந்தமாய் வாழ்ந்திடவே ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார் ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார் சிவன் எனும் நினைவு கொண்டான் மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானத்தான் எனும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டான் கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டுவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான் ஆகாத மனிதரை அழித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனான்
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
No worries, be happy intensely. Enjoy life, enjoy life. No worries, be happy intensely. Enjoy life, enjoy life. Enjoy every moment of life with pure excitement. Always auspicious, always right strategic planning. Ultimate experience every moment. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No greed, no fear, and clutching is the fastest gear.
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
Being God, being God, being God. Being God, being God, being God. Nityananda, Paramashiva, hey. Nityananda, Paramashiva, hey. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Beyond space, time, mind, mind. Beyond space, time, mind, mind. Enjoy being in the lap of eternal bliss, eternal bliss. Enjoying being in the lap of eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva, you are eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva,
Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
Paramashiva, Paramashiva,
Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా పరమశివుడేరా స్వామి మనవాడేరా కైలాస నుంచి వచ్చిన మన తోడేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా మనవాడే మన తోడే మన స్వామి వచ్చాడురా మనవాడే మన తోడే మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకుండా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా
கலியுகத்தை காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு ஆனந்தமா போற்றி பாடி கொண்டாடுங்கடி
சிவனே இறங்கி
தெய்வீகமா மாற்றிவிட மத எண்ணும் அந்த எண்ணும் அதை தாண்டும் நிலை காட்டிவிட
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி
ஆதி சிவபாத மத லோகமெல்லாம் மீண்டு ஒரு ஞான குருவாக வர வேண்டுதல் கேட்க கேட்ட வரம் தந்து குரு நித்யானந்தனாக நம்ம சாமி அவர் அருணையில வந்து பிறக்க
கேட்கும் யாவையுமே கல்பதருவாய் கருணையோடு அருள் செய்து முடிக்க அவனை நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில தெய்வம் ஒன்று நாம உணர நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில தெய்வம் ஒன்று நாம உணர சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லில் தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே
Yes, now slowly, very slowly relax. Now that we have completed the power manifestation, let us now make sure that you share your results. So we perform the Ashtamaha Shaktis, which is increasing the size of an object. So you can now take a moment to share in the chat saying if you are able to increase the size of the object, and let's take a moment to verify our manifestation. So in the meantime, as you all continue verifying, we're also going to be moving into the next session. So once you're shared, then we'll move into the next session. So yes. So now with this, let's move into the next session. So the next session is about secrets of effective communication. Swamiji beautifully tells us in this session, gives us the technique how to effectively communicate with people. Because we are not alone in an island where no one else is there except trees and animals. We are in a society with other human beings who also have the same problem that we have, which is miscommunication. So when that happens, the other party, the other person understands completely something else than what you are trying to explain, and it only ends up in more incompletion. So when we effectively communicate, not only do we reduce the incompletions with people around us, we also are able to get the work done from people around us. To effectively communicate in your life, you need to be in listening continuously. This means that you need to be unclutched from the thoughts that are continuously running in your inner space, and you need to be in the world, and you need to be in complete listening to what the other person is trying to tell you. Then, if you bring awareness to your own center and speak from that space, which is called conscious talking, talking from that space will create possibilities rather than giving default solutions available from your logic.
So in other words, like always consciously listen into the talking. When somebody is talking, listen consciously and consciously talk into the listening. When you talk in such a way that you connect with the listening of other person and then talk from what is possible. In other words,
yes. So in the Vedic literature, imbibing any concept is always divided into 3 steps. First is Shravana, which is listening, Manana, which is internalizing and processing those powerful truths, and then comes Nididhyasana, which is living those truths not as another rule in your life, but bringing it as part of your lifestyle. So, listening is the first step that you need to do in Vedic tradition. And sound is used not just to transmit words, but also energy. We use sound to transmit the experience of energy that we are experiencing to the other person. Not just the ideas or the concepts or the knowledge, but also the energy. And that is the most important part, because if you transmit the wrong energy, the other person is going to be ending up understanding something completely different. But when you transfer the right energy to the other person, that person receives it, processes it in the right way, and he's able to perform the action that you need him to do. Words are also powerful tools to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in you.
yes. So when Swamiji talks, most of the time it is transmission of actually the energy. Talking is at one aspect, definitely Swamiji is doing at intellectual level, but Swamiji when talks, most of the time he's actually transferring the energy. So listening is saying yes to life. Your seeing will become intense if you listen carefully. Your hearing will become intense, and even your touch will become intense. So listening means when you say yes to life, then you'll become intense. Only when you say no, you feel tired, bored, and all these boredoms enters into your life.
So, listening is saying yes to life, and when you start listening first to yourself, not to others, but yourself. When you do that, the virtuous circle starts and you start listening to others. When you start listening to others, it creates clarity, and clarity makes you and encourages you to listen to yourself. So, this powerful way of communication is the science that Swamiji is teaching us today in this session. First, start listening to you, and that will make you listen to others. When you listen to others, you will have clarity, and that will encourage you to listen to yourself.
Because we don't listen to ourselves, and that is why we don't listen to others, because so much of inner chatter that goes on within us continuously. That is why it stops us even to listen to ourselves. We don't listen to our others as well. We don't listen to ourselves as well. So now we'll be entering into a short video where Swamiji himself will be giving a detail on what is the art of right listening. So listen carefully, come to the space of listening, when Swamiji himself will be describing clearly about how to listen to yourself, how to listen to others. When you start listening to yourself, automatically you will have the ability to listen to others. So now, let's hear directly from Bhagwan.
So today's subject, today's sutra is art of right listening. Listening has been prescribed as a first step in almost all spiritual traditions in the world. Rishis, the oldest spiritual tradition, Vedic tradition, they start with the spirituality with the word Shravana, listening. Buddhist tradition starts the 8 steps for nirvana. First step is right listening. J. Krishnamurti, the modern day master, goes a step ahead, a step further, says right listening is God. He gives the place of God to right listening. What is exactly right listening? Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means sound enters into your ears, gets processed. Either it creates fear or greed or different emotions. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system, leads your system from sound to silence. Understand? It's like almost if the pond is dirty, if you put little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle on the ground. So in few minutes, the whole pond will be clean. Same way, the right listening is put on chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words. Right listening is sprinkled, sprayed, like a lime powder. It will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle down on the ground. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the anahata dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put. Because the right listening is an independent, intelligent technique which can directly lead you to the higher space and higher reality. With the right listening, you will understand the sound waves which reaches your inner space is deeper than the visions which reaches your inner space. When I say this, I mean the sounds which you are hearing now, the words which are entering your inner space are more stronger, more truthful, more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. The wax out of which the scenes are created, which you are seeing around you, is of much lower quality than the words which are reaching your inner space. The sound which I am creating now, which is reaching your inner space, is more stronger base material to create what you want than what you are seeing as a scene. As long as you feel what you are seeing is more stronger reality than what you are hearing, you are in illusion, maya. You are hallucinating. The right listening has not yet happened in you. When you feel what you are listening, the words which are entering your inner space is more powerful than the scene you are seeing. The right listening is happening in you. Sit with deep awareness how the words are touching your ears and reverberating your inner space, you will see the words which are touching your inner space and reverberating, and the reactions created by them, and the space created by them, consciousness happens in you by them, are more higher reality than the scenes you are seeing around you. This is what I call art of right listening. Better I will use the word science of right listening. The word art is too much loaded and unabused by too many people with too many words. Science of listening. As rishis describe, listening in their own way, Shravana, Buddha describes right listening. Krishnamurti describes right listening is God. I'll add my part to the right listening. I'll give you a powerful process for right listening. Bring your awareness to the third eye area, forehead. See very clearly the sounds. Sounds is the right word, not even words. Sounds from the master. How it penetrates your third eye. Please understand, sounds from master reaches your system through your third eye, not through your ears. Ordinary words which leads you to more and more words reaches you towards your ears. The words which leads you from sound to silence, the sounds which leads you from sound to silence reaches your system through third eye. Have your awareness in the third eye. See how the words are penetrating and how they are reverberating and what kinds of meanings, emotions, experiences they are creating in your system. Just see the whole thing. Seeing the whole thing is listening. Understand? Listen through the third eye. Whatever happens inside, see it. That's all. This is a powerful process to listen. Whenever you find time, sit with master's discourses, words, listen through third eye, you will have new understanding. By the end of the discourse, you would have been already put in deep silence. Never ever listen to a person who creates more thoughts in you. Listen to the words and a person who leads you to the deeper and deeper space of silence and higher space of realities. The Master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye, and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates, and those ripples and emotions and experiences where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment, live and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Yes. So right listening. When you just the words which enters into your ear get processed into your brain, and it is when it combines with the patterns, it becomes hearing. But when these words enter into your system, get absorbed into your system and leads you to the silence, then it is listening. And Swamiji uses try to avoid the use art of living because art of listening, right listening, because it's loaded with so many abused around the world. So he uses the word, the science of right listening, and especially give a process like when you how to listen to master's words. When you are in the presence of the master, bring awareness to your third eye because master's words enters through your third eye, and when the sounds enter, then live all the emotions, bring awareness to all the emotions and everything with that related, associated with those words. Then it will lead to the inner space of the master, in which inner space that master Swamiji is in, it will lead us to that space. So now,
Yes. Now let's enter the exercise. Take a few minutes and identify and pen down the earliest incidents you remember where people did not listen to you. This is an important incompletion that we all build, where, for example, our family had gathered and you were trying to talk to your uncle who you had not met for many years, and you were trying to keep on catching him, but he was like, hey, just wait a minute, I'm talking to your father. And he was just continuing, but he did not care about you. So that time you felt that no one listens to me, I'm just a nobody over here. It creates these kind of patterns inside us. So it is very important that we break these incompletions so that when we try to listen to others, we will never feel that incompletion that, oh, others never listen to me, so why should I listen to them? That will completely break and allow you to talk into their listening. So now take a few moments to first pen this down. Let's begin this process of writing down the incidents where we were not listened to, where people ignored us.
So now let's enter to the second step of this internalization exercise. Look and see. Are you talking into their listening? Are you ensuring to catch other person's listening? Are you talking from your own center? So let's continue.
Now, let us move to the final step. For each of the situation that you identify, the incompletion inside you that stop you from being in the center and talking into the other person's listening, take a moment to complete with them. Write down how you're going to make sure that you are going to be in a powerful space and not get disturbed whether the other person is listening or not. You are going to be in the space of listening. Let's take a few minutes to complete this.
Yes, so after this internalization exercise, you learn how to communicate properly, like the talking. When you listen, a powerful way of listening. Many times it happens in our life that we get into conflict because of the wrong listening, wrong understanding. But this process, this internalization exercise will immensely help you to build your even your relationship based on the right listening. Now we'll be entering into the power manifestation round. Power manifestation round is where you start applying these powerful truths, great truths into your life and start manifesting inside and outside.
Yes. So now let's manifest the power of Dharima, which is increasing the weight. So now you're going to be increasing either your weight or the weight of a person in front of you. You can also manifest the power of increasing the weight of an object. So first, measure the weight of your own body or the object. Then connect with Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya. Then declare the weight is going to change by how much ever you want to manifest, whether it's 1 gram or more. Then verify the manifestation. If you're increasing the weight for your body, try to make sure that the weight increment is significant by maybe 500 to even a kg. Or if you're manifesting on an object, try to make sure it increases by 1 to 10 grams so that the weighing scales will be able to accurately measure that change. Now, let's begin the manifestation. First, take a few minutes to measure yourself, note it down, then sit down and close your eyes, intensely visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Declare that now my weight is going to increase, or the weight of the object is going to increase, and request Swamiji to manifest that through you. And then at the end of the manifestation, we'll be verifying our manifestation. So let's now begin. Please start taking the base measurement of yourself or the object.
ரூபம் தெரிவதும் கேட்கும் ஒலியோ அவன் உபதேசமாவதும் காணும் பொருள் யாவிலும் நித்தியன் ரூபம் தெரிவதும் கேட்கும் ஒலியோ அவன் உபதேசமாவதும் பிறவி கொண்டதன் பொருள் யாவும் உணர்த்திடும் ஜீவன் முக்தனாய் நம்மை வாழ வைத்திடும் ரிஷப வாகனத்தில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் உயிர் யாவையுமே வேறென்ன வேண்டிடும் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்யன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்யன் தோன்றி அருள் தரும் ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்யன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும்
ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஐந்தோழில் செய்தொழித்தான் அந்த வருத்தம் தீர்த்திட உலகம் வந்தான். ஆக்கைக்கு தீங்கைகள் அளித்திடும் போது சதாசிவன் என்னும் நினைவு கொண்டார். மாயை மக்களை மயக்க
பூரணத்துவத்தின் காரணம் நாம் புவிக்கு பூரணமாய் வந்த நாதனின் பூரணத்துவத்தின் காரணம் நாம் நித்யானந்தர் மகள்கள் என்றால் இன்றே பார்க்கும் உலகம் இங்கு நெஞ்சில் சுமந்தே பெற்றால் எங்களை நித்யானந்தமாய் வாழ்ந்திடவே ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார் ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார் சிவன் எனும் நினைவு கொண்டான் மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானத்தான் எனும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டான் கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டுவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான் ஆகாத மனிதரை அழித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனான்
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
No worries, be happy intensely. Enjoy life, enjoy life. No worries, be happy intensely. Enjoy life, enjoy life. Enjoy every moment of life with pure excitement. Always auspicious, always auspicious, always right strategic plan. Ultimate experience every moment. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No greed, no fear, and clutching is the fastest gear.
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
Being God, being God, being God. Being God, being God, being God. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, hey. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, hey. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Beyond space, time, and mind. Beyond space, time, and mind. Enjoy being in the lap of eternal bliss, eternal bliss. Enjoy being in the lap of eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva, you are eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva,
Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
Paramashiva, Paramashiva,
Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా
పరమశివుడేరా స్వామి మనవాడేరా కైలాస నుంచి వచ్చిన మన తోడేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా మనవాడే మన తోడు మన స్వామి వచ్చాడురా మనవాడే మన తోడు మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం
ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా
ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామిని తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్న నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామిని తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్న నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా
கலியுகத்தை காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு ஆனந்தமா போற்றி பாடி கொண்டாடுங்கடி
சிவனே இறங்கி
மாற்றிவிட மன எண்ணும் அந்த எண்ணம் அதை தாண்டும் நிலை காட்டிவிட
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லி தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி
ஆதிசிவபாதமத லோகமெல்லாம் மீண்டும் ஒரு ஞான குருவாக வர வேண்டுதல் கேட்க கேட்ட வரம் தந்து குரு நித்யானந்தனாக நம்ம சாமி அவர் அருணையில வந்து பிறக்க
கேட்கும் யாவையுமே கல்வதருவாய் கருணையோடு அருள் செய்து முடிக்க அவனை நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில் தெய்வம் உண்டு நாம உணர நாடி வந்த பக்தருக்கு ஞானம் கொடுக்க நித்திய மனுஷனில் தெய்வம் உண்டு நாம உணர சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புல பூலோக
Yes, now relax. Yes, so now with this beautiful round of manifestation complete, let's take a few moments to verify. Once again, weigh the object that you are changing the weight for, or if you are doing the power manifestation on yourself, then take a few moments to weigh yourself. You can stand on the weighing scale and see change. Now, once you have seen the change, then you can share that in the Zoom chat. Let us know about how you were able to manifest what change had manifested. So now, once you have shared, we'll be now moving into the next session.
So now the next session is going to be speaking into your listening. As Swami said, when you start listening to yourself, only then you start listening to others. When you get absorbed into the words that, all the words that get into your system, it will get absorbed into your system. And it becomes a complete silence. Only then you start listening. So speaking into your own listening. How often does this happens to you? Look into your life. Take a moment when you are hearing so many, even the words which you want to hear. How many times you are actually listening? Are you able to train? Are you unable to train yourself? Knowing something is good, but not following it. And knowing something is wrong and continuously doing it. Many times it happens in our life that we know something is good, but either due to laziness or we don't have enough commitment or declaration that we are not, that we don't do, or we just ignore. And so much of pull of the wrong things that we are already doing, that we keep on doing it. So what it is, when we know something is right, then why you are not able to declare, make a decision to do right? So
when you're not able to speak into your listening, you will have no respect for your thinking. How much ever you respect your thinking, that much you'll be successful in life, because when you understand the thought currents that you are going through, you will be able to implement those powerful patterns. You'll be able to implement those powerful thought currents and plans and strategies that come in your mind. For example, a person asks Swamiji, Swamiji, is the right path for me, but I am not able to do it. Why and when and what to do? So for that, Swamiji answers saying, when you speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Speaking into your listening, you will be more and more Advaitic and authentic, and speaking into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive.
So speaking into your listening and others listening is a simultaneous process. It is not a separate process. So both should happen from a powerful, complete space. There will be, if you are, if the listening is happening from the complete powerful space, then there will be no boredom, no tiredness, and you speak into your listening. So if you want to know the scale, whether I'm listening or not, so this is the scale. If you are listening, you will not have the tiredness, boredom. But if you're not, then it will bring the tiredness and boredom into your life.
So, when you have this feeling inside you that I want to, but I don't know how to, that is when the past patterns and pains inside you get triggered. When you want to learn something new, which a pattern inside you that got created in your young age, that learning is very difficult, comes up and makes the entire process difficult and clouds your mind. This does give you the no, the confusion of how to make the thing happen. This can be a thing with many other patterns and situations where you're trying to, for example, get success in your job, but suddenly you don't know how to. That is because a past pattern in you is coming up and causing the incompletion and the confusion. So, completing with pain patterns is the solution. And the moment you complete, suddenly you will see that there is a big breakthrough. That breakthrough of I want to and I can will happen from that pattern and incompletion that I know I want to, but I don't know how to. So, past pains getting triggered are the only obstacle for you not speaking into your listening. So let us now watch a satsang where Swamiji himself is going to be explaining in deeper context about this powerful understanding of how to speak into others' listening. I request all the participants to be in the space of listening now to imbibe the powerful truths that Swamiji is going to be sharing.
Listen, today I am going to teach you a very important method called speaking into your listening. Please listen. Listen to these words. Speaking into your own listening. Many times people tell me, Swamiji, I know this is the right path, but I am not able to do. Why? What to do? Addictions. Unable to train yourself. Knowing something is right and not doing it. Knowing something is wrong and continue to do it. All this is because you are not able to speak into your listening. Means even you are not listening what you are saying. Am I right? Even you are not listening what you are planning. Even you don't have respect for your thinking. Then who will respect your thinking? How much your thinking is respected, that much you will be successful in your life. That's all. Understand? When you learn to speak into your listening, you will know how to speak into others' listening. Today I am going to teach you both. Speaking into others' listening, speaking into your listening. When you speak into your listening, you will become more and more Advaitic, authentic. When you speak into others' listening, you will become more and more expansive. How many of you understand what I am saying? See, life is all about speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It is not just because I am in the speaking profession. Whatever may be your profession, it is nothing but speaking into yours listening, speaking into others listening. Whether your family, love, life, friends, partners, business, team, wherever. Life is nothing but speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Am I right? I have seen 2 doctors passing out from the same college. After 10 years, one is the owner of chain of hospitals. The another one is sitting in the same old village and reading the same old Hindu newspaper with that big glass, having patients come to remove the teeth for 5 rupee, injection 7 rupee. Same. Profession. If you are not able to speak into others' listening, how you practice? If you are able to speak into others' listening, the way you practice is totally different. How many of you understand what I am saying? So today, practicing to live, practicing our ability to speak into your listening and others' listening. What do you think as the ultimate reality in your life? Can anyone shout out? Just shout out from there. Enlightenment, bliss. I can say bliss is the utility word of enlightenment experience. Enlightenment is bliss is like applied science. Enlightenment is original science. Pure science. Speaking into your listening, speaking into others' listening. Now you all said, the ultimate reality is enlightenment. Today let us take few minutes. You pen down, listen. First pen down few ways how you are going to convince you, speak into your listening that enlightenment is the ultimate reality and how to make that as a lifestyle. Listen, first listen. Pen down something to speak into your listening. And second part, pen down how you are going to speak into the listening of your whole group and make them understand this is the ultimate reality. A small homework exercise. Then I will lead you to the main process. Just a small process. Understand? Listen. First, pen down few thoughts. It can be 1 page, 2 page. How you are going to speak into your listening. This is the ultimate reality I want to achieve. Second page, how you are going to speak into the group's listening. Make everyone in the group understand that this is the ultimate reality. You should be able to face their questions and get shaken. Why people are afraid of questions, They are afraid before they convince the other person, the questioner may convince them. When you are not sure about your position, you are afraid of questions. few minutes, shall we do this homework? Listen. This will really help you to raise your authenticity and the space of Advaita. It will help you in a big way. So the first question, how you are going to speak into your own listening and make you understand about the ultimate reality is enlightenment. It is required for you, how to achieve it, all that. And how you are going to speak into the listening of the group, teamily, make them understand it is the ultimate reality for them. So each question at least answer in one full page. some reason you lost the whole $10 million. Again you start. What a big loss and foolishness, stupidity it is. Like that only many times you think, build a strategy about your life, come to a conclusion after 1 or 2 years of thinking. But suddenly you don't follow and you are back to square one. Then how much of energy is wasted in your confused thinking and time? How many of you understand that? When you don't have a power to speak into your listening, that is what exactly is happening to your life. And you don't even remember the loss you are going through. At least with money you know, because it is number. With this mind you don't even know the loss you are going through, because you don't know amount of energy going outlet. It's like a diarrhea, you can't measure. You only know how many times you went. How much you went, you don't know. Understand? Like that, how many years you wasted, you can understand. But not how much you wasted. You understand what I am saying? A little raw example, that is okay. After all, I am a village boy, so that's all. That is why that speaking into your listening is required. I can give you one example. I decide yoga is good for me. It will cause my ultimate reality. Once now I decide, I don't need to convince me again, waste my time again into thinking into it. Every day I will be there on time doing yoga. Now only everyone understands what is speaking into your listening. It is possible. I'll make it happen. You pen down this process. The next step you will see, I'll make it happen.
Yes. So what a powerful way of where Swamiji guided all of us into just speaking into your listening. So now we'll be continuing with the same process that we're going through, the two components of speaking. Moving others to do what you want. When you speak into your listening, you can speak into others' listening. Only then you'll be able to move others to do what you want. Then trying to impress them about you. When you are not convinced about you, whatever you try to impress them about you, you'll not be impressed about that. Still you'll have the doubt about it. So when you talk what you are not convinced about, the other person is also not convinced and does not give you attention, does not listen to you. When you will not be able to speak into that person's listening. That's why you need to be convinced about you, your conviction. Only then you'll be able to speak into others listening. So when you want to move them into what you want to do, when you start speaking, decide that you are complete about what you feel as you. You don't need to impress other persons about you. Now the only thing you need to do is move the other person. He should be able to do as what you want to do through your own words.
So whatever block you have, that same block will be in that other person. For example, you feel stuck about believing that wealth can happen just by being in the right space. You will see that same incompletion that the other person also has. Whenever you have a block, you will see that same block in the other person. You will not be able to penetrate the other person's inner space because you are experiencing the same thing. Only when you decide to complete with that, you will see the other person is also able to break from that. When you're not able to speak into others listening, that is exactly where you are stuck with your own ideas, with your own incompletions. So you need to complete that. If you can speak into others listening, you will see your blocks, incompletions suddenly melt down and become clear. So now let us understand through another satsang from Swamiji about how to move others through your speech. Just being able to move anybody through the power of your words. So let's be in the space of listening now and learn from Swamiji these powerful techniques.
I'm telling you, neither you can 100% speak into your listening, nor you can 100% speak into others' listening, because you are off, others are off. When you can speak into your listening, other listening, authentically, only then you will be able to speak into your listening 100%, others listening 100%. How many of you are thinking, first I will speak into my listening 100%, then I will speak into others' listening? Raise your hand. It is foolish. How many of you are thinking, I will speak into others' listening, I don't care about speaking into my listening? Raise your hand. Again, this is foolishness. Understand? It is, you go on doing both becomes complete, perfect. Because you are not 100% stored in you. You think all your treasure is in your hand. Already some fellows have put the hole in your backyard and pulled out the treasury. You are only sitting safeguarding the front door. Because the front door is not opened, front door of the treasury is locked and you have the key, you are thinking your treasury is safe. Already some fellow has gone through the back door and drilled and pulled many things. You are sitting with a empty. You understand? Your 100% is not with you. Same way, your 100% is not with others. Still, at least the empty locker you are having and your key you are having. So, it has to be a simultaneous process. Speaking into your listening and speaking into others' listening. Both should be from powerful, complete space. Listen, listen. Listen here. Say, how many of you listen? You feel, first let me completely speak into my listening, only then I will speak into others' listening. Raise your hand. Whenever you try to speak into others' listening, you will always carry the incompletion. I myself not complete. How can I speak into others' listening? Am I right? So that makes you powerless. All these people, I don't care about whether I am speaking into my listening. Let me speak into others' listening. Again, you are feeling powerless. How many of you are getting it? Actually, many times you speak into others' listening even though you are not convinced. You are not able to speak into your listening. Many times. When you try to make your husband disciplined, wife disciplined, look in. Are you convinced about that? No. So that time, again, because you feel you are not convinced but you are speaking into others' listening, you will be powerless. Both, if it is done as a part by part, it is powerlessness. Both done as a lifestyle out of powerfulness reaches completion. That is what I am saying. If you start doing, both is similar. Both have a strong connection. Listen. Please, all of you, look here. Can you all look here? Look here for a few minutes. I am giving you the tips for speaking into others' listening. Usually when you start speaking to others, you are always planning to impress on others who you are instead of what you need to make them do. See, there are two components in speaking. Moving them to do what you want and trying to impress them about you. Impressing them about you should be only for moving them to do what you want. But most of the time, you try to impress them about you, and the funny thing, whatever way you try to impress them about you, you are not impressed about that. Still you have doubt about it. That is why you project your SDHD on them and make it as ADHD. Understand? Attention deficiency happens in the other person. ADHD happens only when you have SDHD. When your statements are from SDHD, means self-doubt. You are not completely convinced. You try to project that on the others, using the same concept and try to impress them. Other person will not be giving you attention. He will not be giving you listening. You will not be speaking into his listening. You think he has ADHD. No, you have SDHD. ADHD happens in other person if you have SDHD when you speak. How many of you understand what I am saying? That's all. So don't ever blame others' ADHD. It is your SDHD. Understand? Actually, layer by layer, I am making the cognition happen in you. The cognitive shift. When you start speaking, decide you are complete about what you feel as you. You do not need to impress the other person about you. Now, only thing you need to do is move the other person. You should do as you want through your words. That is what is speaking into the listening of the other person out of completion. Don't try to impress the other person by trying to show who you are. When whatever component of you are trying to make others believe again and again, be very clear you are not believing. I have seen this in my life, let me tell you openly. I will constantly make the people around me to believe that I am working hard, but I myself don't believe. No, really I am telling you. In my heart I don't believe I am working hard. I feel whole life is going so beautiful and smooth. What is there in this work? This is what I like. When I wake up, I just want to come and see you guys. That's all. I just want to spend time with you guys. And I am spending. You have any question? I'll answer. You have any doubt? I'll clarify. You have any disease? I'll heal. You have any wishes? I'll bless. That's all I want to do. You have any reality? I'll cause it. If I am not able to directly do it by mystical way, the metaphysical way, then let me prepare you to receive that metaphysical transmission. That's all is the whole program is all about. See, many things what you want can be directly transmitted metaphysically. Whenever you need little more sensitivity to receive that metaphysically, you are just prepared through all these process, programs, everything. That's all is the whole life. My life is so simple. I have put my whole life and mission in this 4-5 statement. Everything boils down to this. So I don't feel actually I am working hard. But I have to convince this first team that I am working hard so that they will become more authentic. I'll go on be convincing them because I am not convinced. To tell you honestly, I am not convinced at all that I am working hard. I only feel my life is a celebration, vacation. Who will get 21 days nice vacation to be in Varanasi happily? That's the way I look at my life. That's the way I am perceiving. Anyhow, I am giving you this example. In being, I don't believe I am working hard. I only believe life is going so smooth, so beautiful. Say, hard working is the ideology, the word you use to justify the inner conflicts which you are not able to complete. If you complete all the inner conflict, you won't feel like life is hard work. It's all smooth joyride. How many of you understand what I am saying? But that does not mean because you don't believe you are doing hard work, you will not come for yoga. I don't believe I am doing hard work, but I don't miss any of my sessions. I don't miss any of my commitments. So you also be like that, integrated, authentic, then believe you don't do hard work. That is perfectly all right. And you neither do work nor believe you are doing hard work. Actually, when you believe you are doing hard work only, you don't work. Because from morning till night, you are in the mode of too much is in my plate. How much I can do? I am tired. Ba 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 ba. Too much is in my plate. What do you mean by too much is in the plate? Everything is grabbed. Do not try to impress others about some part of you because it means you are not convinced about that part of you. That's first truth. Second, whenever you speak, always be aware you should be speaking to move the other person. Move the other person. How many of you understand? Now, can we have a few minutes discussion? Now you are going to move the other person, convincing the other person's ultimate reality is only enlightenment. See, if that person is already convinced, he is spoken to, he is listening, he has no question, leave him. Don't torture him. So don't catch people and say, I have to practice now talking into others listening. I will listen, speaking to you, you have your doubt. No. Clear? See, listen. For example, I'll give you this example. 10 people are there in your team. 10 people are there in your team. 4 persons have a question. Speak into their listening and make them understand. 6 people don't have questions. Thank them, that's all. Understand? But end of the conversation, the whole team in their listening and in others' listening should be able to speak about the ultimate reality. This one truth. All of you are clear about the process? Shall we start? Start. Understand, this is one of the best powerful process, dharana of training you. The self-training dharana. Self-building dharana. Like bodybuilding, it is self-building, conscious building. Everyone is ready? Let us make our Vedanta reality, not the theory. See, in one book fair, in Ramakrishna Mission bookstore, the volunteer was standing. There was a Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary of Brahmasutra by Shankara, commentary of Brahmasutra by Ramanuja. The whole Hinduism has suffered so much between this fight between these two thought schools. Somebody came and asked the volunteer, what is the difference between this and this? Brahma Sutra, Shankara Bhashya and Shankara's commentary and Ramanuja's commentary. The volunteer coolly replied, 35 rupees. So understand. Most of the time, we speak in that level only. Now, you will speak into your real listening and speak into others' listening. Let's make Vedanta into reality, not 35 rupee gap. Means that much only that volunteer has studied both those books. He knows only both the books, cost. Come on. Please get back to your T-Milli and start. Listen, it's a T-Milli exercise. When A speaks to B, C, D, E, F, everyone will provide listening. So only one person in a group will be speaking, but the other person can question, because you have to speak till he is listening, till you have spoken into his listening. You will see, you will get exactly the questions which you are not able to convince about you. If you are not able to convince about you, you will not be able to convince the other person. If you can't speak into your listening, you can't speak into their listening. Even when you speak, if you are able to speak into their listening, your doubt also will be cleared. You will be speaking into your listening. It is like a churning. See, in Ganga, so many big stones will fall into Ganga. Ganga will beat each stones with each other and roll it. Finally, both will become Shivalinga and she will give it to us and go. So she will take so many stones and beat them all with each other. In that high power rotation, all the stones will become Shivalinga and she will leave it. Like that, I am taking all of you and beating all of you together in the flow of my energy, and all of you will become Shivalingas. That's all.
आनंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम्.
Yes. So now let us move into the internalization exercise to understand this truth deeper. Now take a few minutes to identify the incidents where you are unable to make the other person do what you want, or whether you even avoided to attempt thinking they will not do what you want. Identify the blocks within that, reflect the situation, and see that other person. Complete with these earliest incidents where you experienced this incompletion. So take the first few minutes to do the first step, where You're going to identify the incidents where you are unable to make the other person do what you want. Then identify the block. What was that incompletion in you that you are not able to make the other person do what you want? For example, it was the earliest incident where maybe you had a younger brother. So that younger brother of yours, he was not listening to you. You are trying to make him eat, for example. The block inside you would be that anger towards him, feeling that he has all the attention, but if I do anything, my parents only scold me. That anger was the block for the reason why he was not listening to you. Complete with that incident where you expressed this incompletion. So let's take a few minutes now to intensely do this process.
Yeah. Now you can relax. After this powerful intro, now we'll be entering into the next power manifestation round, where you'll be increasing the weight of an object. And this is the power of Garima. So first turn on a video. You can start recording your own power manifestation, and then you can start take the measurement of the object. This will be going to be your initial measurement of the object. So take an object which is just close by. Take the measurement. Take the weight of the object. If you have the weighing scale, just quickly take a moment and measure the weight. Note it down and start chanting Mahavakya. Declare the change of weight and continue chanting Mahavakya. Your declaration should be so intense that Paramashiva's energy when flows through you, that simple declaration, you'll be able to manifest this power. So now let's begin. We'll be playing the oneness capsule so that you can entangle with Swamiji. Let's begin.
வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும்.
ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஐந்தோழில் செய்தொழித்தான் அந்த வருத்தம் தீர்த்திட உலகம் வந்தான். அக்கைக்கு தேக்கைகள் அளித்திடும் போது சதாசிவன் என்னும் நினைவு கொண்டார். மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானத்தான் என்னும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டார். கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டுருவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான். ஆகாத மனிதரை அழித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனான். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றான். ஆக்கிடும் தன்மை மறந்தேனோ என ஆண்மையின் மீது சந்தேகம் கொண்டான். சந்தேகம் தீர்த்து அப்பன் நீயே என்று சொல்லிடவே வந்த மகள்கள் நாங்கள். புவிக்கு பூரணமாய் வந்த நாதனின் பூரணத்துவத்தின் காரணம் நாம். புவிக்கு பூரணமாய் வந்த நாதனின் பூரணத்துவத்தின் காரணம் நாம். நித்யானந்தர் மகள்கள் என்றால் இன்றே பார்க்கும் உலகம் இங்கு. நெஞ்சில் சுமந்தே பெற்றான் எங்களை நித்யானந்தமாய் வாழ்ந்திடவே. ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றான். ஐந்தொழிலும் செய்தொழித்தான் அந்த வருத்தம் தீர்த்திட உலகம் வந்தான். அக்கைக்கு தேக்கைகள் அழித்திடும் போது சதாசிவன் எனும் நினைவு கொண்டான். மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானத்தான் எனும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டான். கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டுருவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான். ஆகாத மனிதரை அழித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனான்.
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
No worries, be happy intensely. Enjoy life, enjoy life. No worries, be happy intensely. Enjoy life, enjoy life. Enjoy every moment of life with pure excitement. Always auspicious, always auspicious, always right strategic plan. Ultimate experience every moment. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No greed, no fear, and clutching is the fastest gear.
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
Being God, being God, being God. Being God, being God, being God. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, hey. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, hey. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Beyond space, time, mind, mind. Beyond space, time, mind, mind. Enjoy being in the lap of eternal bliss, eternal bliss. Enjoying being in the lap of eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva, you are eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva,
Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda.
Paramashiva, Paramashiva,
Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः। मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः। మనతి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమి సౌఖ్యమురా, మనతి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా, ఏమి భాగ్యమురా, మనతి ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమి సౌఖ్యమురా, మనతి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. పరమశివుడేరా స్వామి మనవాడేరా, కైలాస నుంచి వచ్చిన మనతోడేరా, నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా, నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా,
కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్న నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్న నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా
கலியுகத்தை காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு ஆனந்தமா போற்றி பாடி கொண்டாடுங்கடி
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி எதனால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லில் தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி
உள்ளுலகும் வெளியுலகும் ஏற்ற முகமாக வாழும் நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் தியானம் அது தேவை கூடி கொஞ்சம் தியானம் அதை செய்துவிட நாம பிறந்த இந்த பூமிக்கு தான் செய்யும் பெரும் சேவை சத்தியம் யாரு சொன்னா நம்ம சாமி நித்யானந்த சத்தியம் யாரு சொன்னா நம்ம சாமி நித்யானந்த அவ சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லால் நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாற்றிவிட வர எண்ணும் அந்த எண்ணம் அதை தாண்டும் நிலை காட்டிவிட
சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி இந்த நன்னால கொண்டாடடி நித்திய சிந்து சிரிப்புள்ள பூலோகமே நித்திய ஆனந்தமாகுதடி நித்திய சொல்லும் ஒரு சொல்லு தேடி வந்த தெய்வ வாழ்க்கையும் கூடுதடி சிவனே இறங்கி இந்த பூமிக்கு வந்தானடி அவனே வணங்கி
Yes, we are back, and you can now open your eyes and you can take another measurement of your weight, and you can verify if you have succeeded in manifesting this power of Garima. So go ahead and take another measurement. Even if you witness just a few grams of change, be very clear, you are directly manifesting this power, and you are successful in with this power of Garima. So you can go ahead, take a few moments, and take another measurement. And you can share your results with us in the Zoom chat. You can share your experience if you have succeeded, if you have witnessed any change, or even if you experience something. This power manifestation is all about manifesting the powerful cognitions, manifesting a space of oneness with Swamiji. So when that happens, you will naturally experience many different breakthroughs inside you. And you can go ahead, you can share what you experience. And even if you feel stuck, if you feel that you are not yet able to manifest this power, you can let us know where you are at so that we can guide you. And we'll be having a few more rounds so we can make sure that you are successful with this power today. And so you can check and you can send us your results, and we will continue to explore today's theme in our next session. Today, we are exploring communication, the power of speech, and we have covered the importance of listening. And now, in our next session, we'll be looking at seriousness versus sincerity. See, when it comes to expression, how Swamiji teaches us, it's not just about how we speak, but it's also about what kind of identity we have. And seriousness is a direct block that affects us to express ourselves authentically, and we are going to learn how to remove.
Yes, and we'll start with a small story. Two boys were building a sand castles on the beach. They suddenly had a quarrel, and one of the boys got angry and kicked the sandcastle. The other boy went and complained to the king about this serious problem. The king began to laugh at him and for getting so upset over a silly sandcastle. But the king's advisor, who was a Zen monk, he was an enlightened being, started laughing at the king. He asked the king, when you can fight battles and lose sleep over stone castles, why do you laugh at these boys for fighting over a sandcastle? All our seriousness. See, now Swamiji is explaining the powerful cognition and the what we can get out of this story. What exactly Swamiji wants to convey through this story is that all our seriousness is just about sandcastles. For the child at the young age, and sandcastles seem very precious, whereas at our age, stone castles seem very precious. That's all. That's all is the difference. Whether it is a sand castle or stone castle, the seriousness behind it is the same.
It may be different, but the seriousness is the same. So don't laugh when children fight over sandcastle. Swamiji teaches us more about seriousness. It closes your mind to the openness and the freedom of life. And seriousness makes you dull and dead. It curbs your thinking and makes you stick to the familiar patterns that you know and use all the time. So as you understand, seriousness is a big block in our life. And now we'll be learning more about what seriousness really is. And the best way to understand what it is through, again, another story that Swamiji has shared with us. And it was in a Zen monastery. There was a competition among disciples over who had maintained the best garden. And one of the disciples was a very serious nature, and he took the competition very seriously. He always kept his garden very neat, very clean, and well swept. All the grass was perfectly trimmed at the same height, and all the bushes were also very neatly trimmed. And so he was very sure that he would be getting the first prize with such a perfect garden. And on the day of the competition, the master went around all the gardens, and then he came back and he started ranking all the gardens. And these disciples got the lowest rank. Even though his garden was so perfect, so neat, the master gave him the lowest rank. And everyone was shocked. And the disciple could not contain himself, and he went to the master and asked, what is wrong with my garden? Why did you give me the lowest rank with all the effort that I put? And the master looked at him and asked, where are all the dead leaves? A garden maintained in such a way is no longer alive, it is dead. So now, when we reflect on this story and with the powerful cognition that Swamiji has revealed, we will understand what is seriousness.
Yes. So, and how it affects also, how it affects our ability to have spontaneous intelligence and really be able to function from the space of intelligence, innocence, and spontaneity. And Swamiji shares that seriousness actually kills that spontaneity. It destroys creativity. Science has proved that when you perform a task in a relaxed and a light manner, your thinking and decision making capacity is actually automatically enhanced. The same task, when you perform in a serious manner, dull, dull-minded, when you do something, it actually dulls the mind, right? So when you do something too serious, when you are too concerned about the result, what is your action is going to bring, you are actually not allowing yourself to perform at an optimal level. Of course, here you need to plan to the best of your ability, and you need to think ahead, but do it with sincerity, not with seriousness. Seriousness is not the same as sincerity. Sincerity is focusing on the task with enthusiasm and youthfulness. Sincerity is giving the task your best without worrying extensively about the result. When you are serious, you don't enjoy, you don't laugh. How can you laugh when you are serious? Swamiji gives a solution where we should develop that sensitivity. Being sensitive means being strong, being aware of everything. Understand, being sensitive does not mean open to everything. Being unable to say no does not mean sensitivity. That is actually ego. The person who is not able to say no when he needs to say no is an egoistic person.
We can contemplate again on this story. This disciple was taking the whole thing too seriously, thinking about the result, how it should be perfect, and he had his own definition of how what is perfection in for this task, how the garden should be. And he did not have sensitivity. He was just focused on the result, making sure that things are perfect. But he did not have the sensitivity to approach, even as the master himself said, the dead leaves, seeing how can we be creative with it? How can everything made into an art, just being sensitive into every dimension of it. He was only focused on the result. And perfectionism always comes from your mind. It becomes a goal for you. And in contrast, when you are total, it becomes a deep experience. So one is from our mind where I just bother about the goal and how it should be, and the other is focused on the experience, focused on doing, on the present moment, and being total in what we do. And you see, all our comparison with other people begins with what we think of ourselves. And jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. And see here, especially when we are, we continuously compare ourselves with others. And this is why the goal matters so much for us, because we see other people have done this and that. And for example, this disciple, he would have been comparing himself a lot, seeing the gardens of the other people and making sure that my garden should be better than theirs. But uh, comparison is the jealousy disappears when we understand our uniqueness. So instead of continuously looking at other people and what they do, being focused on expressing ourselves and focusing on what is our own uniqueness. So now let's explore the difference between seriousness and sincerity.
Yes. Sincerity is actually being strong. Being sensitive means being strong and being aware of everything. And what are the impacts of this, powerfulness in us, which is called as sensitivity, right? Sensitivity is having the clarity about when to say yes and when to say no. So it is being in that awareness, being in that present moment where we just operate from the space of the third eye, where we know intuitively when to say yes, when to say no. Right? And seriousness is a strong lock to which restricts our free, authentic communication. When we remove it by being sensitive, we regain our creativity. And now let us enter into the short snippet from one of the presidential addresses by the Supreme Pontiff of Hindus, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, on the topic of sincerity.
Today I'll share a few words about the great truth, sincerity. There are some constant happenings in the cosmos. The absolute fact, truth is there are some constant happenings in the cosmos. Like Jiva, the individual soul, Jagat, the world, Ishvara, the God, and human society, humanity, society. These four are happening, means exist, at least in our experience, as per our experience. Understanding the secrets about all these four and experiencing oneness with all these four is ultimate enlightenment. Not having any discrepancy with your understanding and reality, your understanding and experience is enlightenment. Please understand. An individual soul is understanding about the world, the cosmos, and his experience about the cosmos. If there is no discrepancy in between these two, he is liberated from all the sufferings given by the world, cosmos. Nothing in the nature, the cosmos, disturbs him. Same way, the individual soul, his idea about himself and his experience about himself. If there is no discrepancy between these two, he is liberated, he is enlightened. Same way, the individual soul, his ideas about God and his experience about God.
If there is no discrepancy, he is liberated. He has experienced God. Same way, his ideas about humanity, society, and his experience about society, if there is no discrepancy, he is free, liberated. Sincerity is the right word. The alchemy, chemicals, sincerity is the medicine or agent. If you add the alchemy of discrepancy-free experience will happen between the individual soul and the world. Whatever discrepancy is there, just add sincerity to it. Add sincerity to all your ideas about the world. Sit with yourself, pen down all the ideas you have about the world and add sincerity to it. Means sincerely analyze. Are you having right ideas? Or are you just avoiding looking into the right ideas? Most of the time, we do not want to look into the right truth. Even about the world, any subject. We are just too tired. We are just too lazy. We think just because we can breathe, we have a right to live. No. Life has to be earned. Physical organs working, maybe just an accident happened in you. That does not mean you are living. First thing, look, sit and pen down all your ideas about the world, cosmos, and analyze. Are you sincerely having those understandings as part of your very strategic planning about your life? If you feel you are not, then at least be very clear, you don't know, you are ignorant about that part. When you make strategies about your life, all your ideas about cosmos is ignorance. Be very clear. Same way about God. If you feel, even if you have the idea that there is no God, sincerely, you are liberated. But if it is not sincere, even if you have the idea God exists, you are bound. Be very clear. It is sincerity that makes the liberation possible. That is the catalyst agent. The right word is catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation. Sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of liberation to happen. Sit and pen down your ideas about yourself. Find out, are you sincere about all those ideas, or is there any discrepancy between what you believe and what you experience? Come to terms with it. Same way about the humanity, society. Sit and pen down. Add sincerity to it. Are you really believing? Are you really meant to believe? Or acting as if you are believing? Flood sincerity into all four zones. Your relationship with you, Jiva's relationship with Jiva, means an individual soul's relationship with an individual soul, an individual soul's relationship with cosmos, the individual soul's relationship with God, individual soul's relationship with world, individual soul's relationship with humanity. All these four flood sincerity with it. When you flood sincerity with it, the individual soul's relationship with cosmos becomes knowledge. The individual soul's relationship with God becomes devotion. The individual soul's relationship with humanity becomes seva. The individual soul's relationship with itself becomes dhyana. These four are the path for enlightenment. When you add sincerity, all these four understandings, whether it is a fact or just ideas put inside your system, will be analyzed when, see, it's like a liquid water. Your understanding about world, God, yourself and society. It's like a liquid water. If you add the alchemy of sincerity, the catalyst agent, sincerity, when the alchemy happens, something happens, that water gets solidified. It becomes a strong ice on which you can walk. It becomes bridge. That bridge, the bridge between you and society is seva. The bridge between you and the cosmos is knowledge, life solution. The bridge between you and the God is devotion. The bridge between you and you is meditation. All these four are the paths for enlightenment, or enlightenment itself. When all these four are experienced in its purest form, it is enlightenment itself. Adding sincerity as a catalyst agent in all these four directions is called yoga. These are the 5 pillars of Vedic tradition and the sampradaya which I evolved. These 5 are the pillars of Nityananda Sampradaya. So all these 5 pillars stand on one base, one foundation, sincerity. Sincerity is not just life solution. It is not just catalyst agent to create devotion. It is not just a catalyst agent to create seva, attitude. It is not just a catalyst agent to create dhyana or yoga. It is just base on which everything is standing. It is just base on which everything is standing. So understand, sincerity is the catalyst agent for the alchemy of enlightenment to happen. It's an important truth we need to look in. We need to understand. These 5 pillars which I am talking about, life solution, means your perfect relationship with cosmos, devotion, your perfect relationship with God, dhyana, meditation, your perfect relationship with yourself, service, seva, your perfect relationship with society. All these 4 happens just by one thing, adding sincerity to your existing understandings about these 4. Just adding sincerity, nothing else. This can be a powerful, most powerful process I have ever spelled out. Maybe it looks little difficult, but sitting and time on it, is ultimate yoga. Sit and go on drilling, analyzing. I tell you, when you drill without ideas from others, you will evolve your own, and that will be your own. I always tell people, spirituality needs to be discovered. You need to discover your own religion. The religion given by your parents may not suit you. I really feel soon, very soon, we will have a really free humanity, society. By the age of 80, people will have the freedom to choose their religion, their country, the country in which they want to spend their life, the religion in which they wanted to continue their life or seeking, and gender in which they want to live. We will have an absolute freedom, medically, socially, psychologically. It will be possible by the time the person reaches 80, he will be given an option. What gender you want to choose? Male, female? What is the gender you want to choose? And religion. What's the religion you want to choose? They will be given an initial introduction about all religion. An unbiased, simple introduction of the facts and truths. So, kids may have time. Kids may have the option to think, study and think, yes, this is what suits my mentality. This is what suits my mental setup. So this should be my religion. And same way, among the genders, so if you choose male, if you want to be female, if you want to be gay, if you want to be transgender, these are all the options you have. If you choose this, this is the way you will live. If you choose this, this is the way you will feel about you. If you choose this, this is the way you will experience about you. Come on, have a choice. Same way, whether it is physical setup or mental setup, even the language. By the time you will evolve a system, in a very short time, that language can be downloaded into your brain like a software. It will be simple, understanding. And we will evolve a system, of course. Already it is evolving. Now the kids can learn the language before birth. The mother is taught continuously some special words through a special rhythm. The kids, when they happen, in a very short time, they are well versed in the language. So the same thing can be done to your brain. I really hope for that day. Of course, it's not too far. Very soon, we will experience. By the time a child is 18, he will be given a freedom. The world government gives the freedom. Which country you want to live? What the profession you want to choose? What the language you want to choose? And what the gender you want to choose? And what the religion you want to choose? I feel that is the heaven. The society which has ultimate freedom and which gives all possibilities, which presents all possibilities in front of you and asks you to respond. Then naturally, every being who chooses any possibility will be having responsibility. So, sincerely, when it is added to you, you discover your religion. You discover your own religion. Please understand, when sincerity is added to you, you will find out how much of devotion is needed, how much of life solution is needed, how much of meditation is needed, how much of seva is needed to plan the strategy for your life. The absolute, free, enlightened life. You will have the right strategy on which you will build your life living enlightenment. So, I sincerely request all of you to add sincerity, the ultimate catalyst agent for living enlightenment into your being and achieve and radiate. Live enlightenment. Let you all live, radiate, achieve, experience, express, and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Yes. So, as you understand, it is through sincerity that we can overcome the blockage of ego, the blockage of seriousness, and it is through sincerity that we can be total, that we can be completely involved in what we do. And sincerity, by itself, as taught by the Supreme Motive of Hinduism, by Swamiji, is a spiritual practice that can lead you to enlightenment. It can sound very simple, but when we practice even simple principles, simple truths like sincerity as revealed by Swamiji, they become powerful techniques for enlightenment. So now we'll be entering into a short exercise for us to contemplate, to imbibe all these understandings, and so that we can move from seriousness, first identifying in which dimensions of our life we are being serious, how it is affecting us, and shifting our context from seriousness to sincerity so that we can perform at our best.
Yes, so now let us enter into this exercise. We will be penning down 5 places in our life where we are serious. So we're going to be looking in and scanning our life and identifying and writing down the 5 places in which we are being serious. And then see how being serious is actually affecting your life. Completion with yourself, with others, relationships, performance. Just see how it affects each of these dimensions of your life. And please write in as much details as possible. And then once you do that, complete and decide to drop the ego and be sincere. Okay, so we'll be projecting a slide for you. So as like a guiding map for you to know the steps which we're going to be going through to experience that completion and have a shift from seriousness to sincerity. And of course, if you have any questions, please feel free to let us know in the Zoom chat or in the social media, wherever you're watching us from. But encourage everyone to join us on the Zoom where you can receive the personalized guidance. So we can have you here on a two-way with us, and we can interact with you, and you can really get the customized, solutions and guidance for the completion process which we are going through. And you can do that by going to ecitizen.info/PSM, and you can log in to PSM level 2, and we will guide you further in your completion process. Okay, now let's begin.
Yes. So hopefully you were able to contemplate on this topic and understanding in which dimension of your life you are facing seriousness. And you see, many times um, the root of the problems that we face is seriousness, but we are not aware of it. We feel so much stress, so much pressure about the results of what we do, about achieving, and we put actually so much pressure on ourselves because of the seriousness that we have. But if we can just shift from seriousness to sincerity and just focus on what we do, focusing on the present moment, focusing on being sincere and total instead of being perfectionist and continuously thinking about the result, then we will see that everything will become more joyful, more easy, and we'll start celebrating everything that we do. All right. So with this, we conclude this session on seriousness versus sincerity in our series of sessions on authentic expression. And we will now be having another round of the power manifestation. Today, we are playing with the power of changing weight. And if you have already succeeded in changing your own weight, you can also progress towards other progressions of this power. And you can play with changing the weight of an object. So you can choose preferably a small object to start with, like the size of a coin, whatever you have around you, and take a measurement. You can use either weighing scale that we use for jewelry or even in the kitchen. And if you do not have any of these, you can even download an app, a weighing scale app on your phone, and take an initial measurement of the object, note it down. And you can keep the object just in front of you, even in your hand if you feel like. And through the power manifestation, you will be changing the weight of the object. So you can, once you are ready, set yourself up with the object in front of you and or in your hand as you would like. Start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, connecting with Swamiji in your inner space. Remember that all these powers, the Shaktis of Paramashiva, manifest from the space of oneness. It is literally Swamiji manifesting through us. So keep your focus, your intention on experiencing more and more oneness with Swamiji, surrendering yourself, surrendering any expectations, any blockages, whatever you experience, surrender everything to Swamiji and make a conscious intention for the weight of the object to change. All right. So we'll be playing a oneness capsule. In the meantime, you can watch it if you like to entangle with Swamiji and intensify your experience of the space of oneness, evoking the beautiful feeling connection with Swamiji. Let's begin.
ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் தோன்றி அருள் தரும் ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் கருணை எனும் கோலால் மோகம் தனை வீழ்த்தும் உருக்கும் என் பாசங்களை இல்லாமலே நீக்கும் நித்யானந்தன் அவன் ரூபம் அது காணும் உயர் தியானம் மெய்ஞானம் எனும் வாழ்வில் உனை தானாய் கொண்டு சேர்க்கும் குருவே சிவமாகும் நித்ய குருவே இறை ரூபம் குருவே சிவமாகும் குருவே இறை ரூபம் யுகம் யாவிலும் குருநாதன் என்றே தோன்றி கரை சேர்க்கும் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் காணும் பொருள் யாவிலும் நித்தியன் ரூபம் தெரிவதும் கேட்கும் ஒலியோ அவன் உபதேசமாவதும் காணும் பொருள் யாவிலும் நித்தியன் ரூபம் தெரிவதும் கேட்கும் ஒலியோ அவன் உபதேசமாவதும் பிறவி கொண்டதன் பொருள் யாவும் உணர்த்திடும் ஜீவன் முக்தனாய் நம்மை வாழ வைத்திடும் ரிஷப வாகனத்தில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் உயிர் யாவையுமே வேறென்ன வேண்டிடும் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் தோன்றி அருள் தரும் ஸ்வர்ண ரிஷப வாகனம் பக்தர் வேண்டும் வரம் தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும் நித்தியன் பாதம் குருநாதன் திருப்பாதம் அதை காணும் சுபயோகம் இன்று கூடும்
ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார் ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றார் ஐந்தோழில் செய்தொழித்தான் அந்த வருத்தம் தீர்த்திட உலகம் வந்தான் அக்கைக்கு தீக்கைகள் அளித்திடும் போது சதாசிவன் என்னும் நினைவு கொண்டார் மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானன் தான் என்னும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டார் கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டுருவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான் ஆகாத மனிதரை அழித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனான் ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றான் ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றான். ஆதிசிவன் ஆதி அந்தமில்லாதொரு ஜோதி வடிவமாய் வந்து நின்றான். ஐந்தொழிலும் செய்தொழித்தான் அந்த வருத்தம் தீர்த்திட உலகம் வந்தான். அக்கைக்கு தீக்கைகள் அழைத்திடும் போது சதாசிவன் எனும் நினைவு கொண்டான். மாயை மக்களை மயக்கும் போது ஈசானத்தான் எனும் நினைப்பும் கொண்டான். கண்கள் ககனம் காத்திடும் வேளையில் விட்டனுவாய் வந்து தானாய் நின்றான். ஆகாத மனிதரை அழித்திடும் வேளையில் ஆகி நின்றான் அவன் ருத்திரனாய்.
Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. No worries, be happy intensely, enjoy life, enjoy life. No worries, be happy intensely, enjoy life, enjoy life. Enjoy every moment of life with pure excitement. Always auspicious, always right strategic plan. Ultimate experience every moment. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No study, just download from the cosmic archives. No greed, no fear, and clutching is the fastest gear. Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. Being God, being God, being God. Being God, being God, being God. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, hey. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, hey. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Master of your destiny. Create your reality. Beyond space, time, mind, mind. Beyond space, time, mind, mind. Enjoy being in the lap of eternal bliss, eternal bliss. Enjoying being in the lap of eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva, you are eternal bliss. Nityananda Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda Paramashiva, 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 Paramashiva. Paramashiva, Paramashiva, Nityananda, Paramashiva, 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 Nityananda. नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे अमृतेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా
పరమశివుడేరా స్వామి మనవాడేరా కైలాస నుంచి వచ్చిన మన తోడేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేరా మనవాడే మన తోడే మన స్వామి వచ్చాడురా మనవాడే మన తోడే మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం
ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా
ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్నా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా ఏమీ లేకున్నా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా
கலியுகத்தை காக்க வந்த நித்யானந்த சாமி அவரே அவதரிச்ச இந்த நாள உலகமெல்லாம் கூடி மேளதாளம் முழங்க கச்சேரி வச்சு
Yes. So you can now take another measurement of the object and you can see if you have succeeded in changing the weight. And remember, even if it's just a few milligrams of change, that is fine, that is great. It means that you have succeeded in manifesting this power. So go ahead and verify the result of your power manifestation and share your experience with us as well, so that we know where you are at, if you are successful in experiencing this power. And you can share also if you had any clicks, any experiences, or if you feel stuck also, if you feel that you're not yet able to manifest this power, then you can share that with us as well. And we'll be guiding you throughout the next power manifestation session, so that we can make sure that you have a breakthrough and that you are able to experience this power today. So you can go ahead, you can verify and take another measurement of the weight. Share your results with us in the chat. And in the meantime, we'll be moving on. We'll be continuing with our next sessions. As you understood, today we are discovering the science of communication, expression. And as we said before, it's not just about how to speak, but even the space from which we speak, the space from which we express ourselves, our identity. And one of the blocks that we can face to express ourselves is ego, being stuck in an inadequate or low identity, or even sometimes ego can be a higher image also, but which will be also an obstacle when it comes to expressing ourselves authentically and reaching to others. So we'll be discovering more about this now in this next session.
So for this, we need to first understand what our ego is and how the ego connects with the nature.
Swamiji explains this with a very beautiful story from his life. This happened after his enlightenment experience. Swamiji was in Tamil Nadu in South India. One evening, he was sitting in a very relaxed mood in a forest. His eyes were open, but he was not seeing anything, as there was no information that was going inside and getting processed. At this time, there was a huge snake lying just about 3 feet in front of him. Because his eyes were not processing any information, there was no fear inside. He was sitting, and the snake was also so relaxed and comfortable. Now we can understand slowly when Swamiji's mind came down to the normal plane, and then he had a thought, oh God, there is a snake. Then the next thought came, I should move away. The moment the thought snake came to his inner space, he saw very clearly that the snake also felt disturbed, that there was a man in its presence. Until Swamiji felt there is a snake, the snake never felt that he is a man, that there is a man in the presence. Until Swamiji felt the fear, the snake never felt threatened by him. Neither did he have the fear, nor did snake have the fear. But the moment he had that fear, then also the snake got the same fear. It was not that the physical distance between them reduced, but just when the thought, oh God, there is a snake in my presence, came in him, he was clearly able to see that there was a disturbance, some restlessness in the snakes in the space. The moment he had a thought, I should move, the moment he had the fear, immediately at the same moment, the snake also felt the same insecurity. And the snake also felt that the presence of the man in its vicinity is a threat. Immediately, the snake started moving even before Swamiji started moving. So, this story or this happening from Swamiji's life very clearly and we can understand when our ego becomes strong, our ability to connect with nature is also disturbed. We all have two identities, the identity that we project to the outer world and the identity that we believe to be us in the inner world. The identity that we believe to be us inside our mind within ourselves is called mamakara in Sanskrit. It'll always be much smaller than what we really are. We will carry or remember all our failures, all our mistakes, all our guilt, and constantly trying to work on them in this identity. The identity that we project to the outer world is called ahankar in Sanskrit. Ahankar is like our visiting card. You print on it everything that you want others to know about ourselves. We print on everything that we give to others, we project to others. This is based on the identity we show to the outer world. What happens is this identity that we project outside will always be more than what we have, more than what we are. It'll always be much more than that which we are, because we think we have to sell ourselves to others. It actually becomes a basic need to do this, especially in societies where we have to market ourselves. So, because we feel that we have to sell ourselves, we always project ourselves as more than what we truly are, or more than what we are on the inside. Ahankar will be based on a superiority complex. Mamakara will be based on an inferiority complex. Ahankar will be based on fear, while Mamakar will be based on greed. The identity that we show to the outer world will always be based on fear, the Ahankara. This is why it'll always be more than what is true about us. We will constantly try to keep it alive. The identity that we carry in the inner world, on the other hand, is based on greed. This is why we always try to develop the identity that we carry inside us. We constantly work on the identity that we believe is us and constantly try to chisel it. Swamiji gives a very beautiful story. A man arrived home after giving a series of leadership talks to groups of employees at a company. His wife asked, "How did the talks go?" The man replied, "Okay, I guess, but I'm not sure how many people understood what I said." The wife asked, "Why do you feel that way?" The man said, "Because I don't understand it myself." The identity that we show to the outer world will always be based on fear. That is why it'll always be more than what is true about us. We will constantly try to keep it alive. This is always the case for us. Our life, when we look at it, is nothing more than the fight between these two worlds, the conflict between the ahankara and the mamakara, the conflict between the personality that we show to the outer world and the personality that we reveal in our inner world. This conflict is called tension. The uneasy feeling between these two identities creates dis-easiness. Both the identities are pure myths, both are lies. We are something beyond these two identities.
Yes. So if you spend your whole energy expanding your ahankara, the outer image, the identity that you project to the world, your life will become materialistic. And people who work on the mamakara, the inner image, are constantly working on their personality, trying to create some identity to feel satisfied about. And if you spend your whole life chiseling and developing this mamakara, the identity that you think is you, your whole life will become moralistic and suppressing. Now, the basic truth is that you are much more than these two identities. When you unclutch from these two identities, you will suddenly realize that you are beyond both. And when that happens, these two identities will never bind you anymore again. Now, low self-esteem means showing yourself or imagining yourself to be less than what you are. On the other hand, high self-esteem is imagining yourself to be much more than what you are. Again, this is also based only on the opinions of others. See, you judge yourself based on your lifestyle rather than your life. It's like you weigh yourself by the cars and the real estate that you have purchased, not by the quality of the consciousness that you have achieved. The big problem is that you don't know how to remove your personality and go to the next personality. You don't know how to use personalities like codes. You are caught in one personality. That is what is ego. And using the wrong personality in the wrong place is what is called ego. And this is where we are stuck. If you are arrogant and violent, where you need to be polite and humble, it is being egoistic. And same way, if you are being polite and humble, where you need to be courageous and ferocious, this is also being egoistic. But we always think, if I am very humble, can I be egoistic? Somebody says, be very clear. Ego standing on its head is also ego. It's called inferior ego. Now, one of Ramana Maharishi's disciples once translated one of his books into another language. And in the translation, inside the book, his name was also published as the translator. And when the disciple saw the book, he was shocked to see that his name was mentioned. And he went to the concerned authorities and he scolded them for this mistake. And then he went and told this to Ramana Maharshi, and he said, Bhagwan, they should not have put my name. I don't feel that my name should be publicized. I am not that kind of a person. And Bhagwan replied, saying, the ego that asks for the name to be there and the ego that asks that the name should not be there are one and the same. So this is one example of a little less known concept of the inferior ego that many of us actually have.
Now, the essence of this story is, Swamiji says, be very clear. The inferior ego that is trying to show humbleness is also ego. At least with a superiority complex, with a violent, aggressive ego, the society will teach us because the society will know. But the inferior ego is not at all visible. The humble ego will escape from society, and that is more dangerous. It is a cunning ego that can only nicely save itself from any other external attention. The active ego is easy to recognize. People with an active ego will behave in a high handed fashion. They will claim self importance openly. They will be arrogant. This ego is actually easy for a master to deal with. He just needs to bang on it a few times and it will break. But the other form of ego, the humble ego, is very difficult to spot. Swamiji gives another small story. A psychiatrist, a psychiatrist asks his patient if he's suffering from fantasies of self-importance. The man replies, absolutely not. In fact, I think much less of myself than I really am. A person with an active ego will not be willing to let go of it at any cost. Passive ego is very subtle and cunning. People who have a passive ego will pose as being very humble, lacking courage to face people, and shying away from taking credit. The worst part of this is that they think they are like this because they are not egoistic. Actually, they're so carefully guarding their ego from getting hurt by unconsciously thinking they are humble. People with active ego are like dried, hard twigs. They can be broken easily. But people with passive ego are like fresh green twigs. Each time their ego is hit, they bend but don't break. Their ego is so well safeguarded that it becomes difficult to deal with. Actually, they work very hard to safeguard it, but in a sweet and passive way that makes it difficult for it to be spotted. We care so much about others' reactions and opinions towards us. We cannot bear to suffer hurt to the ego that we have nurtured so carefully all these years. This ego is our very anchor point. If it is jolted, then we will feel anchorless. So, with the excuse of being humble, obedient, we keep quiet. We miss one more opportunity of exposing our ego in the Master's present. We miss one more opportunity to take a big step towards flowering. There is one more play of ego that we all nurture so well. It is called social ego. We feel that our life is highly private to ourselves and that no one else should be let into it. We are afraid that our whole image might come crashing down and there will be nothing to prop us up in society. This is social ego. It is more of an identity for us to experience than for others. If we can show ourselves to the world just as we are, we'll be more relaxed because then there will be no pressure to cover up anything. Now, because of our social ego, we're always self conscious. We think people are looking at and talking about us all the time. When we are self conscious, we are egoistic. We think that we are a big entity and that everyone's eyes are on all us at the same time, all the time. That is why we get self conscious. When we become self conscious, we are living and yet not living. Self consciousness is a barrier to our beauty and grace. Our beauty does not come forth freely. When we look at animals and nature, they flow so beautifully and freely because they are not self conscious. They're simply happy being one with existence. The moment we start thinking that people are watching us, ego has stepped in and we lose our natural self. But when we notice, children are not as self conscious as adults. If when we watch them play, we'll see they have so much beauty and innocence. Even when pictures are taken, we will notice that pictures taken without us being aware that we are being photographed look much better than pictures taken when we pose for the camera. The moment we are asked to pose, what happens? We become self conscious. Our ego is afraid of what people might say or might think about us. The self conscious ego is all the time calculating and weighing others' opinions. When we stop calculating and start being innocent and open, we will be filled with wonder and freshness all the time. Life will never become dull and restrained for us. Now, we will be watching a video, a short clip in which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, will reveal a technique that will allow us to switch our ego off and free ourselves from its constraints. So let us come back to the space of authentic listening.
Let me tell you how I came with this sloka which we are chanting. Because quite a long time, maybe 1 year I was searching, who should I remember before starting the lecture? To whom I should feel grateful? Because how will you feel grateful to existence which is part of you? Your presence is a gratitude. But something I have to put as an example for these guys to follow. See, why I regularly, if I am in India, every day before starting my morning routine, whatever time I may come out of my quarters, the first thing I'll do is go to the banyan tree. First thing, everybody knows, if Swamiji comes out, he will come to banyan tree only. These fellows will be standing in a line to catch a glimpse. And I'll go to banyan tree only and come back. And sometime the meeting, these guys will ask, the ashram meeting, why are you going there, Swamiji, every day? I don't have to go there. I tell them, saying yes to somebody else means saying no to your ego. Anything which is started, saying no to your ego will always be successful. Anything which is started with saying yes to your ego will be always a failure. So now I have to set a trend for these guys to follow. If you say yes to a tree, yes to a stone, or even this door, from today you will say, I will remember this door before starting any work. Even that will be big successful. In Tamil Nadu there is a temple in which only door is worshipped. Madurai temple, Madurai Kalyanagar temple, it's called Padanatambadi Karuppan. That only the door is worshipped. Even if you worship a door, it's okay. Anything other than you, if you say yes to it and start, it will be successful. Remember, whenever you start anything, whether eating, sleeping, or driving, any work, or attending some patient, or doing some work, other than you, remember something. It can be Shiva, Krishna, Rama, tree, a stone, or a door, or a cat, or a dog, anything other than you. Remember and say yes to it. Surrender to it. It will always be successful. Anything which is put other than you represents the cosmos, whole. Whenever you don't put anything other than you, you will be remembering you and starting. In my case, remembering me is equivalent to remembering the whole. But if I do that, I remembered me, let me start directly. These fellows also will do that. Same thing. If they remember them and start, what will happen? Just to teach that one truth. Put anything other than you in the front to begin with. Understand, this is the first lesson. This is the first lesson in spirituality. You can put anything. That's not a problem at all. Even an ordinary milestone is enough. In India, there is a survey, if you guys, it will be very funny. When the British laid the roads, 40% of milestones have become gods and temples by the local villagers. Then they changed the color of the paint. Earlier it was yellow and red, which is very auspicious for our Hindus. So all milestones have become temples. What to do? So, and milestones almost look like Shivalinga. And They have to change the whole tradition. See, even milestone can lead you to God. We don't have a problem at all. Actually, if you see our Anandeshwara, it is like a milestone only. Little thin, that's all. See your Anandeshwara. But so much of respect and love and the thing we are offering, the surrender we are offering, just by our very surrender, the auspiciousness happens. So I was thinking who to give gratitude, what to do. Finally I came up, this is the best thing these guys can do. Remembering the master's tradition, who are responsible for the enlightenment stream, living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. So when you chant this mantra, Sadasiva Shamarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Pariyandam Vande Guru Paramparam, you remember the whole enlightened master's lineage. Enlightened master's lineage, which is responsible for keeping the enlightenment on the planet Earth. See, Sadashiva is the first master who brought the science to planet Earth. And Shankara, see, Shankara is the rare combination where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Usually the Jnana Parampara, who gives you enlightenment, will not be a Guru Parampara, means the organization who initiates you. See, person who gives you, who is Acharya, who gives ordinary initiation, inspiration, who runs an organization, and the person who gives you enlightenment, it will always be two separate, usually. With Shankara, both meets and merges. And again in me you can see both meeting and merging. Blessed are those for whom Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara is same. Sangha becomes Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Understand? Sangha is Dhamma when Buddha is alive. Organization is the science of enlightenment when Buddha is alive. So in Shankara's case, both of them become one. Again, in my case you can see, both of them have become one. Where the Jnana Parampara, the enlightenment and organization, both of them have met and merged. I want to tell you how this rare combination happens. Enlightenment always brings a tremendous freedom. Tremendous freedom. That is why these guys can never be controlled and can never be put in any tradition. See, whenever freedom expresses, it just breaks the conditioning, parental conditioning, so thoroughly, you do much more than what is needed. Now, Narasimha killed the Hiranyaksha. To kill Hiranyaksha, you don't need to tear him to pieces and remove his intestine and wear it as a garland. No need for so much. Just cut his head over. But he goes to the extreme of ensuring that is not actually necessary. Freedom expressing in a little healing way creates a Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara together. See, what I am talking is a very strong, basic truths of how religions are created. How religions are created. If he is little healed and if he has got some roots to go into the established organizations in a very friendly way, he will become a culture. Otherwise he will become because his freedom is so amazing, very rare combination of this freedom and that respect for the tradition. See,
Whenever this freedom expresses through your body, the respect for tradition is lost. Need for the Sangha, need for the library to be kept alive is lost. Whenever the need for the library to be kept alive is there, the freedom is lost. You understand? And it will be very strange scene. The same website, Paramashivoham Maharaj garlanding me photo will be there. The same website will have this photo. Unfortunately, yesterday I did not allow. Both will be, and it is not even hidden. See, we are not even hiding. We are not giving too much information unnecessarily to people. That is different. A person who can be broad enough to understand every click, every initiation can help people to go further and further. Only can be a person where the Sangha, the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meets. Understand, you need to be so broad enough to Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet. Otherwise, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara has weakened our whole tradition. The greatest calamity happened to our Vedic tradition. In the modern days, the fight between this Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara. Just imagine, with Osho's intelligence and his grandeur, his vision, his capacity, somehow, if he was little more accommodative to have the Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara to meet, what would have been the support for the Guru Parampara? Tell me.
Miracle.
Huh?
One of the greatest miracles would have happened.
He would have been the Kalki of Vedic tradition. Somehow, you see, I am nobody to judge, but what I am saying, we should be broad enough both to meet. We should be broad enough both to meet. Tremendous freedom of Osho and the tremendous respect for the tradition like a Paramashivoham Maharaj. But we should be a base where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara meet. Shankara was the key person where Jnana Parampara and Guru Parampara met in those days. Those days itself, he was a great master who kept the Vedic tradition alive. And same way, he was a great master to create a new interpretation on the commentary. He was the first guy who organized the whole thing back to life. Back to life. Then afterwards only I selected each word. Actually I thought of putting many, see Sadashiva Samaramba, that line no controversy. That's ultimate. Whether Shankaracharya Madhyama or Ramakrishna Madhyama or Ramanaya Madhyama, that I was debating for quite a long time. For quite a long time I was debating. Then finally I saw Shankara seems to be much more juicy and stronger, bigger platform where the flight of tradition and freedom both can land and take off. So that's the reason I finally decided Shankara is a person. In him the freedom also landed. See how today I am trying to be a bigger platform for tradition, the respect to the tradition like a BAPS to land and the freedom of Osho to land. Shankara was the platform for bhakti, jnana, everything to land. He was the platform. He was able to speak the highest Advaita and the Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamade. Somebody was telling me, no, all the scriptures attributed to Shankara, stotras attributed to Shankara are not done by Shankara. Understand? First thing you should understand, he may not have done that directly, but let me give you one example. I may not have written a book directly, but unless it expresses the ideology for which I stand, it can't be attributed to me. Am I right? It cannot be attributed to me. Suddenly you cannot write a book on how to create aircrafts and attribute it to me. Or how to create the parts of the train and attribute it to me. No. Only the spiritual literatures which stands for the ideology I represent can be attributed to me. So even though whether he wrote or not, the very book attributed to him means he stands for it. He stands for it. So he was the great platform where the whole thing was able to meet and merge. That's the reason I chose Shankara. Shankaracharya Madhyama. Then Asmadacharya Varyantam. Here also I had a third line, we had a Nityananda Varyantam. I said, no, I am not last prophet. I am not going to be last prophet. That's the reason I made the word Asmadacharya Varyantam, so that the masters, enlightened masters lineage is going to be there. See, after I leave the body, single person may not represent me, but there will be a group of enlightened masters carrying the mission forward. So our disciples, the next generation disciples also will be able to repeat the same word if it is just Asmadacharya Varyantam, till my master, till my Acharya. That's the reason I left the word Asmadacharya Varyantam. Vande Guru Paramparam, so that you can continuously remember. So this is the beautiful verse to remember all the great beings who added juice to planet Earth. Juice to planet Earth. Try whenever you do any big work, remember all of them. Put them all in the front and then start. You don't even, if you don't remember, of course you can't remember all of them, even one or two is okay. Whoever you remember. If you read Shankara's literature and feel connected, then Shankara. If you read Ramakrishna's literature and feel connected, then Ramakrishna. Or if you feel connected with me, then remember me. That's all. Anyone in that lineage, put always them front and then start. It will always be successful. It will always be successful. That's the reason I designed this Sadashiva Samarambha, Shankaracharya Madhyama, Asmadacharya Varyantam, Vande Guru Parampara.
Yes. So remember this technique that somebody has just revealed, how to switch off your ego before entering into any actions. Powerful technique that you can apply in your life. And now we'll be spending a few minutes to reflect on ego and the different types of ego that we have learned through this session. And so that we can see where in our life we are facing these forms of ego. So there's the active ego, the passive ego, and the social ego. So if you have any doubt on the definitions of any of these types of ego that we have gone through in the session, you can let us know by message and we can clarify that for you. And keep in mind that, see, today we are learning the science of communication. And as defined at the start of the session, ego is nothing but being stuck in one identity or not being able to have the adequate identity when it is needed. As we said, for example, if you need to be ferocious, but if you are gentle or humble, this is ego. And on the other hand, if you need to be humble, but you are aggressive, then this is also another form of ego. And obviously, when we are caught in ego in these ways, then this is where all sorts of complications manifest in our lives. So now we'll be taking a few minutes to contemplate, internalize on this topic.
Now, let us try to understand. Let us pick up a pen and paper. The first thing that we need to do is to identify and pen down where we are acting out of active ego and through which words it is expressing in us. Now, active ego, as we said, is something that is easily identifiable. It is something that is inflated. It is very active, that people can see and experience, others can see. It's not humble. It only boasts itself, pushes the person, pushes ourselves in front of everybody else. This is the active kind of ego. First thing is identify and pen down all those instances where we act out of active ego and through which words the active ego is expressing in us. Then identify and pen down where you are acting out of passive ego and through which words it is expressing in us. We already saw the example in Swamiji's story that he was narrating, how in Ramana Maharishi's life there was one disciple who came and said, I do not want any name in, or I do not want my name to be expressed, put in the book. So I don't want that kind of attention. I am not that kind of person. Like that, it pretends to be humble. That is passive ego. So identify and pen down all those instances where you're acting out of passive ego and through which words it is expressing in you. And then the third step is identify and pen down where you're acting out of social ego, where you put yourself in a social context. And because of that, you create a certain identity. For a certain social circle, you may be projecting yourself as something, creating a new identity for yourself. And identify all those instances, pen down where you are acting out of social ego and through which words the social ego is expressing in you. And then for all these three, complete and decide to align to the Guru's words and teachings. So we'll be projecting the slides for you to go through each step. Let's take about 15 minutes to go through this exercise. Let us sincerely go through this internalization and understand the kinds of egos that we carry, the ego that we carry, and also ultimately the completion that we have, that we can go through at the end of it.
Yes. So hopefully you are able to understand, identify the different forms of ego that you are facing in your lives in all the different dimensions of your life, and what is the image, the inner image that you are stuck with instead of having the image that you are supposed to have in those situations. And from now onwards, you need to take the conscious decision to assume the identity that you are supposed to have. As we said, if you are supposed to be ferocious, do not be humble. But if you have to be humble, then you should not be aggressive in those situations. So we hope that this exercise was insightful. And if you have any questions or doubt on this session, please feel free to let us know. And otherwise, we will continue and we will be moving on to another session. Yes. So let us come back to the space of listening. We'll be entering into another session as we continue to learn about this science of authentic communication. We'll be once again hearing from Swamiji himself about powerful cognitions and truths. So be in a space of listening in a receptive mode. And of course, after this series of clip is over, we'll be back to internalize and to imbibe everything that we have heard.
Inner space the individual's inner space is the Hiranyagarbha. For individual's life to manifest. The individual's inner space is the Hiranyagarbha. For the individual's life to manifest. Hiranyagarbha means the golden womb from which the universe manifests. Same way, our inner space is the golden womb, Hiranyagarbha, for us to manifest our lives. The Hiranyagarbha should always be joyful, celebrating. Listen carefully. Poor are those who get affected by the words of others. Stupid fellows. You will ever be poor as long as you are affected by others' words. Money is only one aspect of richness. Money is economical aspect of richness, not the life aspect of richness. Life aspect of richness is what you experience and enjoy in your Hiranyagarbha. Listen. What you enjoy as you in your Hiranyagarbha, life in your Hiranyagarbha, that is richness. Gita clearly describes Gantivam Shramsate Hastat Tvakchaiva Paridahyate न च शक्नोमि avasthatum brahmativa chame manaha. My bhav gandiva is slipping from my hands and my skin is burning all over. My mind is whirling as it were, and I am now unable to stand here any longer. It's a direct symptom of desperate depression. Desperation plus depression put together. The diagnosis is directly desperation and depression put together. The symptoms. So withdrawal at this mood is adharma, not dharma. Listen, listen. Listen to the essence of what I am trying to convey to you now. Whatever you may speak to yourself, whenever the aggression part of you is speaking, it is incompletion and leading you more and more incompletion, leading you to more and more incompletion. And whenever you are listening, whenever you are listening, that listening is completion and leads you to more and more completion. Move towards completion more and more by listening to you.
Completion solves but does not dissolve. But only something which dissolves the source of the problem can be an eternal solution. Listen. Listen intensely. Dive into your depth. The innermost cognitions you have about you. How you cognize you. Sit with yourself seriously and ask, do I really want to transform? If you are saying yes to you, then do it. Who is stopping you? Ability to speak to yourself, convince yourself, is what I call tapas. Tapas does not mean you sit in the center of the fire, you don't eat, or you eat certain food, or you take bath 2000 times in a river, or you go to certain temple. I am not saying all that is not useful, all that is useful in different way. Real tapas is ability to sit with your depth and make your depth listen to you. Convincing your cognitions to change, evolve, transform, and build new cognitions. Listen. Convincing your cognitions and change, evolve, build new cognitions. After all, it is nothing but updating your inner software. Nothing more than that. It is just updating your inner software. One nice thing about this inner software, when you update, even your body starts, hardware also starts changing. Understand? Agama is the oldest software, revealed 60,000 years before for human beings, human consciousness. Maybe you can call it as Windows 1. Every incarnation is an updation. The message comes. You want to update now? Remind me later. Do it in the night. You can choose anything. Every master is an updation. It's an update invitation. Windows 2, 3, 4. Now, after tired of sending windows, the door itself is opening. I am not Windows 10, I am door. Understand, upgrading your cognition, what you feel about you, what you reveal about you, and how you feel about you. Updating your cognitions is all needed in the life. Completion itself is nothing but helping you to update your cognitions, upgrade your cognitions. Completion itself is nothing but upgrading your cognitions. I'll give you very simple, straightforward, few understandings, which you don't need to practice. That is the problem. Anything you do not need to practice, you don't respect it. Only if you are tortured, you think you are given big things. No, really. The cognitions I'm going to share, you do not need to practice, you just need to chew it, like chewing gum. While you are sitting all by yourself, just chew it. Yes, seems to be right. I think this guy is cool. Maybe he is speaking to me only. That's all, just chew it. Does not need to practice. Listen, basically, the idea, transformation, changing your thought current or behavior pattern is difficult, is the biggest problem. The moment you decide your thought current, your behavior patterns are difficult to change, you become old. Do not listen to the part of you which says transforming is difficult. Listen. The first cognition you need to break is the transformation is difficult and it's not for me. I just came because so many people came. I came because my neighbor came. I came because my opposite house person came. Wherever he goes, I go and see what is going on there. So I came behind him. This is not for me. Listen. You come to the conclusion transformation is not for you Because you tried stupid, foolish methodologies. If you try to pull your shoes and fly, you may try 3 times, 4 times. After that, even if the private jet comes, no, flying is not for me, I already tried. I tried 10 times, it is not happening. Pulling your shoes and trying to fly, getting into the private jet and flying, both are totally different. Understand, word may be same, but action is not. So trying to blow your nose and do some kriya, jiknak, chakbuk, some technique teaching, and you tried transformation, and now when I say transformation is easy through cognition, you're saying, no, I tried all these many years, I am a lifetime seeker. No, I'm really surprised. People are having a big title and they are even cute and feeling proud about it. I'm a lifetime seeker. Are a lifetime sick means is a proud? I'm lifetime seeker. I go to all gurus and check out everyone. I'm almost now off guru. No, there are many. Only that kind of people come to me. I don't know why. Only after going everywhere and getting nicely beaten. Understand, if you have not transformed, if you have not achieved what you got, don't blame you, blame the methodology and the fellow who taught you. Get rid of them completely. Listen, trying to pull your shoes and fly, getting into the private jet and flying is totally different. So, this cognition that I cannot transform or transformation is too difficult, I've done everything, I tried everything, it is not working for me, that needs to be broken first, very seriously. Very seriously. Understand? Very seriously, it needs to be broken. Only if this cognition is broken, you will even sit with yourself with the trust something is possible. Second important thing, your cognitions are built by you. Good news is, because you built it, you can alter it. Because you built it, you can alter it. For various reasons, you come to various conclusions without having the complete vision. Understand? Recently, I read a newspaper article. This anti-Hindu newspaper in Tamil Nadu, they have written an article that anybody builds temple in Tiruvannamalai will go to jail. Oh God. There are 1,000 temples in Tiruvannamalai. Now I saw the foolish logic, how they are trying to establish a theory. They said, From Tiruvannamalai, 8th kilometer, one person built one temple. His brother-in-laws, son-in-laws, daughter-in-laws, elder sister went to jail. Then near Tiruvannamalai, one person built a temple. His great-grandfathers, distant cousins, brothers, sons, one of the payan went to jail. Strange conclusions through perverted logic. Actually, when I say you are laughing, if you dig deep, you will see many of your cognitions are from these strange conclusions. These strange conclusions, and holding on to that strange conclusions and continue to operate is what I call trying to operate based on virus, not based on software. These are all illegally pirated softwares. Understand, operating based on strange conclusions, you arrive without having a simple, straightforward vision towards life and reality. Strange conclusions you create in your life without simple integrity is what I call virus inside, which continues to keep you as a slave forever. This is the straightforward, most practical solution. You need to understand almost 99% of your conclusions, the cognitions you carry about you, life, strange stupidity. If I wear the black dress, today the whole day will be bad. How you came to conclusion? If I see somebody in the morning wearing black dress, the whole day will be bad. How you came to the conclusion? Coming to strange conclusions and operating to strengthen those conclusions in your life. Understand what I am talking. I am giving a very superficial examples. I can go deeper. Go deeper. When your body is in good energy after a cup of coffee, how you think and perceive, how your cognitions are. When you are tired, bored, body is tired, how your cognitions and perceptions are. See, your cognitions, your irritations, your inspiration or boredom is not logical. It is just cup of coffee. It is just few chemicals and hormones. Distrusting your cognitions and trusting integrity as your software. Listen. Just disowning all your cognitions, deciding to catch up with the integrity. Integrity means I am defining. Every thought current you cherish, you should put your whole being to fulfill it, because every thought current you cherish is a promise you are giving to yourself. Either you put your whole being to complete it, fulfill it, or you drop it and complete it. Thought currents cherished inside makes your muscles build.
Thought currents cherished inside makes your body and mind. Thought currents cherished inside awakens your enlightenment. Thought currents cherished inside brings extreme strength or weakness. Listen carefully. Thought currents cherished inside either makes you powerful or powerless. All my balasans should take this lesson. Two things. First, do not engage with negative, abusive conversations internally or externally. Protect yourself from abusers and abusive languages. The ideas of impossibility is a sin. Extreme enthusiasm. I was a poet, painter, sculptor. I used to do all this, playing with multiple balls and knives and bottles. Don't play with knives, but you can play with balls. I used to play with 10 balls. In English, I think they call it juggling. 10 balls.